Chapter 1 of Book 1 of Prior Analytics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. Chapter 1 of Proposition, Term, Syllogism, and its Elements. It is first requisite to say what is the subject concerning which, and why the present treatise is undertaken, namely, that it is concerning demonstration, and for the sake of demonstrative science, we must afterwards define what is a proposition, what a term, and what a syllogism, also what kind of syllogism is perfect, and what imperfect, lastly, what it is for a thing to be, or not to be, in a certain whole, and what we say it is to be predicated of everything, or of nothing, of a class. A proposition then is a sentence which affirms or denies something of something, and this is universal, or particular, or indefinite. I denominate universal the being present with all or none, particular the being present with something, or not with something, or not with everything, but the indefinite the being present or not being present, without the universal or particular sign, as for example, that there is the same science of contraries, or that pleasure is not good. But a demonstrative proposition differs from a dialectic in this, that the demonstrative is an assumption of one part of the contradiction, for a demonstrator does not interrogate, but assume, but the dialectic is an interrogation of contradiction. As regards, however, forming a syllogism from either proposition, there will be no difference between one and the other, since he who demonstrates, and he who interrogates, syllogize, assuming that something is, or is not present with something. Wherefore a syllogistic proposition will be simply an affirmation or negation of something concerning something, after the above mentioned mode. It is however demonstrative if it be true, and assumed through hypotheses from the beginning. And the dialectic proposition is to him who inquires an interrogation of contradiction, but to him who syllogizes an assumption of what is seen and probable, as we have shown in the topics. What therefore a proposition is, and wherein the syllogistic demonstrative and dialectic differ, will be shown accurately in the following treatises, but for our present requirements, what has now been determined by us may perhaps suffice. Again, I call that a term into which a proposition is resolved, as for instance, the predicate and that of which it is predicated, whether to be or not to be, is added or separated. Lastly, a syllogism is a sentence in which certain things being laid down, something else different from the premises necessarily results, in consequence of their existence. I say that, in consequence of their existence, something results through them, but though something happens through them, there is no need of any external term in order to the existence of the necessary consequence. Wherefore I call a perfect syllogism that which requires nothing else beyond the premises assumed for the necessary consequence to appear, but an imperfect syllogism that which requires besides one or more things which are necessary through the supposed terms, but have not been assumed through propositions, but for one thing to be in the whole of another, and for one thing to be predicated of the whole of another, are the same thing, and we say it is predicated of the whole, when nothing can be assumed of the subject, of which the other may not be asserted, and as regards being predicated of nothing in like manner. Chapter 2 on the conversion of propositions. Since every proposition is either of that which is present simply, or is present necessarily, or contingently, and of these some are affirmative, but others negative, according to each appellation, again, since of affirmative and negative propositions some are universal, others particular, and others indefinite, it is necessary that the universal negative proposition of what is present should be converted in its terms. For instance, if "no pleasure is good," "neither will any good be pleasure," but an affirmative proposition we must of necessity convert not universally but particularly, as if "all pleasure is good," it is also necessary that "a certain good should be pleasure," but of particular propositions we must convert the affirmative proposition particularly, since if "a certain pleasure is good," so also "will a certain good be pleasure." A negative proposition, however, need not be thus converted, since it does not follow if "man" is not present with "a certain animal," that animal also is not present with a certain man. Let then first the proposition A, B be an universal negative, if A is present with no B, neither will B be present with any A, for if it should be present with some A, for example with C, it will not be true that A is present with no B, since C is something of B. If, again, A is present with every B, B will be also present with some A, for if with no A, neither will A be present with any B, but it was supposed to be present with every B. In a similar manner also, if the proposition be particular, for if A be present with some B, B must also necessarily be present with some A, for if it were present with none, neither would A be present with any B. But if A is not present with some B, B need not be present with some A. For example, if B is "animal," but A "man," for man is not present with "every animal," but "animal" is present with "every man." Chapter 3. On the conversion of modal propositions. The same system will hold good in necessary propositions, for an universal negative is universally convertible, but either affirmative proposition particularly, for if it is necessary that A should be present with no B, it is also necessary that B should be present with no A, for if it should happen to be present with any, A also might happen to be present with some B, but if A is of necessity present with every, or with some certain B, B is also necessarily present with some certain A, for if it were not necessarily, neither would A of necessity be present with some certain B. A particular negative, however, is not converted, for the reason we have before assigned. In contingent propositions, since contingency is multifariously predicated, for we call the necessary and the not necessary and the possible contingent, in all affirmatives conversion will occur in a similar manner, for if A is contingent to every or to some certain B, B may also be contingent to some A, for if it were to none, neither would A be to any B, for this has been shown before. The like, however, does not occur in negative propositions, but such things as are called contingent, either from their being necessarily not present, or from their being not necessarily present, are converted similarly with the former, e.g. if a man should say that it is contingent for a man not to be a horse, or for whiteness to be present with no garment, for of these the one is necessarily not present, but the other is not necessarily present, and the proposition is similarly convertible, for if it be contingent to no man to be a horse, it also concurs with no horse to be a man, and if whiteness happens to no garment, a garment also happens to no whiteness, for if it did happen to any, whiteness will also necessarily happen to a certain garment, and this has been shown before, and in like manner with respect to the particular negative proposition. But whatever things are called contingent, as being for the most part, and from their nature, after which manner we define the contingent, will not subsist similarly in negative conversions, for an universal negative proposition is not converted, but a particular one is. This however will be evident when we speak of the contingent. At present, in addition to what we have said, let thus much be manifest, that to happen to nothing, or not to be present with anything, has an affirmative figure, for it is contingent is similarly arranged with it is and it is always and entirely produces affirmation in whatever it is attributed to, e.g. it is not good, or it is not white, or in short, it is not this thing. This will however be shown in what follows, but as regards conversions, these will coincide with the rest. End of chapter 3 of book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 4 of book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 4 of Syllogism and of the first figure. These things being determined, let us now describe by what, when, and how every syllogism is produced, and let us afterwards speak of demonstration, for we must speak of syllogism prior to demonstration, because syllogism is more universal, since, indeed, demonstration is a certain syllogism, but not every syllogism is demonstration. When, then, three terms so subsist, with reference to each other, as that the last is in the whole of the middle, and the middle either is or is not in the whole of the first, then it is necessary that there should be a perfect syllogism of the extremes. But I call that the middle which is itself in another, whilst another is in it, and which also becomes the middle by position, but the extreme that which is itself in another, and in which another also is. For if A is predicated of every B, and B of every C, A must necessarily be predicated of every C, for it has been before shown how we predicate of every, so also if A is predicated of no B, but B is predicated of every C, A will not be predicated of any C. But if the first is in every middle, but the middle is in no last, there is not a syllogism of the extremes, for nothing necessarily results from the existence of these, since the first happens to be present with every, and with no extreme, so that neither a particular nor universal conclusion necessarily results, and nothing necessary resulting, there will not be through these a syllogism. Let the terms of being present universally be animal, man, horse, and let the terms of being present with no one be animal, man, stone. Example 1. Every man is an animal. No horse is a man. Every horse is an animal. Every man is an animal. No stone is a man. No stone is an animal. Since then neither the first term is present with the middle, nor the middle with any extreme, there will not thus be a syllogism. Let the terms of being present be science, line, medicine, but of not being present, science, line, unity. Example 2. No line is science. No medicine is a line. Every medicine is science. No line is science. No unity is a line. No unity is science. The terms then, being universal, it is manifest in this figure, when there will and when there will not be a syllogism. Also, that when there is a syllogism, it is necessary that the terms should subsist, as we have said, and that if they do thus subsist, there will evidently be a syllogism. But if one of the terms be universal, and the other particular, in relation to the other, when the universal is joined to the major extreme, whether affirmative or negative, but the particular to the minor affirmative, there must necessarily be a perfect syllogism. But when the universal is joined to the minor, or the terms are arranged in some other way, a syllogism is impossible. I call the major extreme that in which the middle is, and the minor that which is under the middle. For let A be present with every B, but B with some C. If then to be predicated of every is what has been asserted from the first, A must necessarily be present with some C, and if A is present with no B, but B with some C, A must necessarily not be present with some C. For what we mean by the being predicated of no one has been defined, so that there will be a perfect syllogism. In like manner, if B, C being affirmative, be indefinite, for there will be the same syllogism, both of the indefinite and of that which is assumed as a particular. If indeed to the minor extreme an universal affirmative or negative be added, there will not be a syllogism, whether the indefinite or particular affirms or denies, e.g. if A is or is not present with some B, but B is present to every C, let the terms of affirmation be good, habit, prudence, and those of negation good, habit, ignorance. Example 3. Some habit is not good. All prudence is a habit. All prudence is good. Some habit is not good. All ignorance is a habit. No ignorance is good. Again, if B is present with no C, but A is present or is not present with some B, or not with every B, neither thus will there be a syllogism. Let the terms of being present with every individual be white, horse, swan, but those of being present with no one be white, horse, crow. Example 4. Some horse is not white. No swan is a horse. Every swan is white. Some horse is not white. No crow is a horse. No crow is white. The same also may be taken if A, B, be indefinite. Neither will there be a syllogism when to the major extreme the universal affirmative or negative is added, but to the minor a particular negative, whether it be indefinitely or particularly taken, e.g. if A is present with every B, but B is not present with some, or not with every C. For to what the middle is not present, to this, both to every and to none, the first will be consequent. For let the terms animal, man, white, be supposed. Afterwards, from among those white things of which man is not predicated, let swan and snow be taken. Hence, animal is predicated of every individual of the one, but of no individual of the other, wherefore there will not be a syllogism. Example 5. Every man is an animal. Something white, i.e. a swan, is not a man. Every swan is an animal. Every man is an animal. Something white, i.e. snow, is not a man. No snow is an animal. Again, let A be present with no B, but B not be present with some C. Let the terms also be inanimate, man, white. Then let swan and snow be taken from those white things, of which man is not predicated, for inanimate is predicated of every individual of the one, but of no individual of the other. Example 6. No man is inanimate. Something white, i.e. snow, is not a man. All snow is inanimate. No man is inanimate. Something white, i.e. a swan, is not a man. No swan is inanimate. Once more, since it is indefinite for B not to be present with some C, for it is truly asserted that it is not present with some C, whether it is present with none, or not with every C, such terms being taken so as to be present with none, there will be no syllogism, and this has been declared before. Wherefore it is evident that when the terms are thus, there will not be a syllogism, since if one could be, there could be also one in these, and in like manner it may be shown if even an universal negative be taken. Nor will there by any means be a syllogism if both particular intervals be predicated either as affirmative or negative, or the one affirmative and the other negative, or the one indefinite or the other definite, or both indefinite, but let the common terms of all be animal, white, man, animal, white, stone. Example 7. Something white is is not an animal. Some man is not white. Every man is an animal. Something white is not an animal. Some stone is not white. No stone is an animal. From what has been said, then, it is evident that if there be a particular syllogism in this figure, the terms must necessarily be as we have said, and that if the terms be thus, there will necessarily be a syllogism, but by no means if they are otherwise. It is also clear that all the syllogisms in this figure are perfect, for all are perfected through the first assumptions, and that all problems are demonstrated by this figure, for by this to be present with all, and with none, and with some, and not with some, are proved, and such I call the first figure. Chapter 5. Of the second figure. When the same middle term is present with every individual of the one, but with none of the other, or is present to every or to none of each, a figure of this kind I call the second figure. The middle term also in it, I call that which is predicated of both extremes, and the extremes I denominate those of which this middle is predicated, the greater extreme being that which is placed near the middle, but the less that which is farther from the middle. Now the middle is placed beyond the extremes, and is first in position, wherefore by no means will there be a perfect syllogism in this figure. There may however be one both when the terms are and are not universal. And if they be universal, there will be a syllogism when the middle is present with all and with none, to whichever extreme the negation is added, but by no means in any other way. For let M be predicated of no N, but of every O. Since then a negative proposition is convertible, N will be present with no M, but M was supposed to be present with every O. Wherefore N will be present with no O, for this has been proved before. Again, if M be present with every N, but with no O, neither will O be present with any N. For if M be present with no O, neither will O be present with any M, but M was present with every N. Hence also O will be present with no N. For again the first figure is produced. Since however a negative proposition is converted, neither will N be present with any O. Hence there will be the same syllogism. We may also demonstrate the same things by a deduction to the impossible. It is evident therefore that when the terms are thus, a syllogism, though not a perfect one, is produced, for the necessary is not only perfected from first assumptions, but from other things also. If also M is predicated of every N, and of every O, there will not be a syllogism. Let the terms of being present be substance, animal, man, and of not being present substance, animal, stone. The middle term substance. Example 1. Every animal is a substance. Every man is a substance. Every man is an animal. Every animal is a substance. Every stone is a substance. No stone is an animal. Nor will there then be a syllogism when M is neither predicated of any N, nor of any O. Let the terms of being present be line, animal, man, but of not being present line, animal, stone. Example 2. No animal is a line. No man is a line. Every man is an animal. No animal is a line. No stone is a line. No stone is an animal. Hence it is evident that if there is a syllogism when the terms are universal, the latter must necessarily be, as we said at the beginning, for if they are otherwise, no necessary conclusion follows. But if the middle be universal, in respect to either extreme, when universal belongs to the major either affirmatively or negatively, but to the minor particularly, and in a manner opposite to the universal, I mean by opposition, if the universal be negative, but the particular affirmative, or if the universal is affirmative, but the particular negative, it is necessary that a particular negative syllogism should result. For if M is present with no N, but with a certain O, N must necessarily not be present with a certain O, for since a negative proposition is convertible, N will be present with no M, but M was by hypothesis present with a certain O, wherefore N will not be present with a certain O, for a syllogism is produced in the first figure. Again, if M is present with every N, but not with a certain O, N must of necessity not be present with a certain O, for if it is present with every O, and M is predicated of every N, M must necessarily be present with every O. But it was supposed not to be present with a certain O, and if M is present with every N, and not with every O, there will be a syllogism that N is not present with every O, and the demonstration will be the same. But if M is predicated of every O, but not of every N, there will not be a syllogism. Let the terms of presence be animal, substance, crow, and of absence, animal, white, crow. Example 3. Not every substance is an animal. Every crow is an animal. Every crow is a substance. Not everything white is an animal. Every crow is an animal. No crow is white. neither will there be a syllogism when M is predicated of no O, but of a certain N. Let the terms of presence be animal, substance, stone, but of absence animal, substance, science. Example 4. Some substance is an animal. No stone is an animal. Every stone is substance. Some substance is an animal. No science is an animal. No science is substance. When therefore universal is opposed to particular, we have declared when there will, and when there will not, be a syllogism. But when the propositions are of the same quality, as both being negative or affirmative, there will not by any means be a syllogism. For first let them be negative, and let the universal belong to the major extreme, as let M be present with no N, and not be present with a certain O. It may happen therefore that N shall be present with every, and with no O. Let the terms of universal absence be black, snow, animal. Example 5. No snow is black. Some animal is not black. No animal is snow. But we cannot take the terms of universal presence if M is present with a certain O, and with a certain O not present. For if N is present with every O, but M with no N, M will be present with no O. But by hypothesis it was present with some O, wherefore it is not possible thus to assume the terms. We may prove it nevertheless from the indefinite. For since M was truly asserted not to be with some certain O, even if it is present with no O, yet being present with no O, there was not a syllogism. It is evident that neither now will there be one. Again, let them be affirmative, and let the universal be similarly assumed, e.g. let M be present with every N, and with a certain O. N may happen therefore to be present, both with every, and with no O. Let the terms of being present with none be white, swan, stone. Example 6. Every swan is white. Some stone is white. No stone is a swan. But we cannot assume the terms of being present with every, for the reason which we have before stated, but it may be shown from the indefinite. Example 7. Every swan is white. Some bird is not white. Every bird is a swan. Every swan is white. Every bird is a swan. Every bird is white. But if the universal be joined to the minor extreme, and M is present with no O, and is not present with some certain N, it is possible for N to be present with every, and with no O. Let the terms of presence be white, animal, crow, but of absence white, stone, crow. Example 8. Some animal is not white. No crow is white. Every crow is an animal. Some stone is not white. No crow is white. No crow is a stone. But if the propositions are affirmative, let the terms of absence be white, animal, snow, of presence, white, animal, swan. Example 9. Some animal is white. All snow is white. No snow is an animal. Some animal is white. Every swan is white. Every swan is an animal. Therefore, it is evident, when the propositions are of the same quality, and the one universal, but the other particular, that there is by no means a syllogism. Neither, however, will there be one, if a thing be present to some one of each term, or not present, or to the one, but not to the other, or to neither universally, or indefinitely. Let the common terms of all be white, animal, man, white, animal, inanimate. Example 10. Some animal is not white. Some man is not white. Every man is an animal. Some animal is not white. Something inanimate is not white. Nothing inanimate is an animal. Wherefore it is evident from what we have stated, that if the terms subsist towards each other, as has been said, there is necessarily a syllogism, and if there be a syllogism, the terms must thus subsist. It is also clear that all syllogisms in this figure are imperfect, for all of them are produced from certain assumptions, which are either of necessity in the terms, or are admitted as hypotheses, as when we demonstrate by the impossible. Lastly, it appears that an affirmative syllogism is not produced in this figure, but all are negative, both the universal and also the particular. End of chapter 5 of book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle. Translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 6 of Syllogisms in the third figure. When with the same thing one is present with every, but the other with no individual, or both with every, or with none, such I call the third figure, and the middle in it I call that of which we predicate both. But the predicates, the extremes, the greater extreme being the one more remote from the middle, and the less that which is nearer to the middle. But the middle is placed beyond the extremes, and is last in position. Now neither will there be a perfect syllogism, even in this figure, but there may be one, when the terms are joined to the middle, both universally and not universally. Now, when the terms are universally so, when, for instance, P and R are present with every S, there will be a syllogism, so that P will necessarily be present with some certain R. For since an affirmative is convertible, S will be present to a certain R. Wherefore, since P is present to every S, but S to some certain R, P must necessarily be present with some R, for a syllogism arises in the first figure. We may also make the demonstration through the impossible, and by exposition. For if both are present with every S, if some S is assumed, e.g. n, both P and R will be present with this. Wherefore P will be present with a certain R, and if R is present with every S, but P is present with no S, there will be a syllogism, so that P will be necessarily inferred as not present with a certain R. For the same mode of demonstration will take place, the proposition R, S being converted. This may also be demonstrated by the impossible, as in the former syllogisms. But if R is present with no S, but P with every S, there will not be a syllogism. Let the terms of presence be animal, horse, man, but of absence animal, inanimate, man. Example 1. Every man is an animal. No man is a horse. Every horse is an animal. Every man is an animal. No man is inanimate. Nothing inanimate is a horse. Neither when both are predicated of no S will there be a syllogism. Let the terms of presence be animal, horse, inanimate, but of absence man, horse, inanimate, the middle inanimate. Example 2. Nothing inanimate is an animal. Nothing inanimate is a horse. Every horse is an animal. Nothing inanimate is a man. Nothing inanimate is a horse. No horse is a man. Wherefore also in this figure it is evident when there will, and when there will not be a syllogism, the terms being universal, for when both terms are affirmative, there will be a syllogism in which it will be concluded that extreme is with a certain extreme, but when both terms are negative, there will not be. When however one is negative and the other affirmative, and the major is negative, but the other affirmative, there will be a syllogism, that the extreme is not present with a certain extreme, but if the contrary, there will not be. If indeed one be universal in respect to the middle, and the other particular, both being affirmative, syllogism is necessarily produced, whichever term be universal. For if R is present with every S, but P with a certain S, P must necessarily be present with a certain R. For since the affirmative is convertible, S will be present with a certain P, so that since R is present to every S, and S with a certain P, R will also be present with a certain P, wherefore also P will be present with a certain R. Again, if R is present with a certain S, but P is present with every S, P must necessarily be present with a certain R, for the mode of demonstration is the same, and these things may be demonstrated like the former, both by the impossible and by exposition. If however one be affirmative and the other negative, and the affirmative be universal, when the minor is affirmative there will be a syllogism, for if R is present with every S, and P not present with a certain S, P must also necessarily not be present with a certain R, since if P is present with every R, and R with every S, P will also be present with every S, but it is not present, and this may also be shown without deduction, if some S be taken with which P is not present. But when the major is affirmative, there will not be a syllogism, e.g. if P is present with every S, but R is not present with a certain S, let the terms of being universally present with be animate, man, animal. Example 3. Every animal is animate. Some animal is not a man. Every man is animate. But it is not possible to take the terms of universal negative, if R is present with a certain S, and with a certain S is not present, since if P is present with every S, and R with a certain S, P will also be present with a certain R, but it was supposed to be present with no R, therefore we must assume the same as in the former syllogisms. As to declare something not present with a certain thing is indefinite, so that also which is not present with any individual, it is true to say, is not present with a certain individual, but not being present with any, there was no syllogism, therefore it is evident there will be no syllogism. But if the negative term be universal, yet the particular affirmative, when the major is negative, but the minor affirmative, there will be a syllogism. For if P is present with no S, but R is present with a certain S, P will not be present with a certain R. And again there will be the first figure, the proposition R, S being converted, but when the minor is negative, there will not be a syllogism. Let the terms of presence be animal, man, wild, but of absence, animal, science, wild, the middle of both, wild. Example 4. Something wild is an animal. Nothing wild is a man. Every man is an animal. Something wild is an animal. Nothing wild is science. No science is an animal. Nor will there be a syllogism when both are negative, the one universal, the other particular. Let the terms of absence when the minor is universal as to the middle be animal, science, wild. Of presence, animal, man, wild. Example 5. Something wild is not an animal. Nothing wild is science. No science is an animal. Something wild is not an animal. Nothing wild is a man. Every man is an animal. When, however, the major is universal, but the minor particular, let the terms of absence be "crow," "snow," "white." Example 6. Nothing white is a crow. Not everything white is snow. No snow is a crow. But of presence we cannot take the terms, if R is present with some S, and with some is not present, since if P is present with every R, but R with some S, P will also be present with some S, but it was supposed to be present with no S. Indeed, it may be proved from the indefinite. Neither if each extreme be present or not present with a certain middle, will there be a syllogism, or if one be present and the other not, or if one be with some individual and the other with not every, or indefinitely. But let the common terms of all be "animal," "man," "white," "animal," "inanimate," "white." Example 7. Something white is (is not) an animal. Something white is (is not) a man. Every man is an animal. Something white is (is not) an animal. Something white is (is not) inanimate. Nothing inanimate is an animal. Wherefore it is clear in this figure also, when there will and when there will not be a syllogism, and that when the terms are disposed, as we have stated, a syllogism of necessity subsists, and that there should be a syllogism, it is necessary that the terms should be thus. It is also clear that all syllogisms in this figure are imperfect, for they are all perfected by certain assumptions, and that an universal conclusion, either negative or affirmative, cannot be drawn from this figure. Chapter 7. Of the first three figures, and of the completion of incomplete syllogisms. In all the figures it appears that when a syllogism is not produced, both terms being affirmative or negative, and particular, nothing in short results of a necessary character. But if the one be affirmative and the other negative, the negative being universally taken, there is always a syllogism of the minor extreme with the major. For example, if A is present with every, or with some B, but B is present with no C, the propositions being converted, C must necessarily not be present with some A. So also in the other figures, for a syllogism is always produced by conversion. Again, it is clear that an indefinite taken for a particular affirmative will produce the same syllogism in all the figures. Moreover, it is evident that all incomplete syllogisms are completed by means of the first figure, for all of them are concluded either ostensively or per impossible, but in both ways the first figure is produced, being ostensively completed. The first figure is produced because all of them were concluded by conversion, but conversion produces the first figure. But if they are demonstrated per impossible, there will be still the first figure, because the false being assumed, a syllogism arises in the first figure. For example, in the last figure, if A and B are present with every C, it can be shown that A is present with some B, for if A is present with no B, but B is present with every C, A will be present with no C. But it was supposed that A was present with every C, and in like manner it will happen in other instances. It is also possible to reduce all syllogisms to universal syllogisms in the first figure. For those in the second, it is evident, are completed through these, yet not all in like manner, but the universal by conversion of the negative, and each of the particular by deduction per impossible. Now particular syllogisms in the first figure are completed through themselves, but may in the second figure be demonstrated by deduction to the impossible. For example, if A is present with every B, but B with a certain C, it can be shown that A will be present with a certain C, for if A is present with no C, but is present with every B, B will be present with no C, for we know this by the second figure. So also will the demonstration be in the case of a negative, for if A is present with no B, but B is present with a certain C, A will not be present with a certain C, since if A is present with every C, and with no B, B will be present with no C, and this was the middle figure. Wherefore, as all syllogisms in the middle figure are reduced to universal syllogisms in the first figure, but particular in the first are reduced to those in the middle figure, it is clear that particular will be reduced to universal syllogisms in the first figure. Those however in the third, when the terms are universal, are immediately completed through those syllogisms, but when particular terms are assumed, they are completed through particular syllogisms in the first figure. But these, i.e. particulars, have been reduced to those, i.e. universals, so that also particular syllogisms in the third figure are reducible to the same. Wherefore it is evident that all can be reduced to universal syllogisms in the first figure. And we have therefore shown how syllogisms de in esse and de non in esse subsist, both those which are of the same figure with reference to themselves, and those which are of different figures, also with reference to each other. Chapter 8. Of syllogisms derived from two necessary propositions. Since however to exist necessarily, and to exist contingently are different, for many things exist, but not from necessity, and others neither necessarily, nor in short exist, yet may happen to exist, it is evident that there will be a different syllogism from each of these, and from the terms not being alike, but one syllogism will consist of those which are necessary, another of absolute, and a third of contingent. In necessary syllogisms it will almost always be the same, as in the case of absolute subsistences, for the terms being similarly placed in both absolute existence and in existing, or not of necessity, there will and there will not be a syllogism, except that there will be a difference in necessary or non-necessary subsistence being added to the terms. For a negative is in like manner convertible, and we assign similarly to be in the whole of a thing, and to be predicated of every. In the rest then it will be shown by the same manner through conversion that the conclusion is necessary, as in the case of being present. But in the middle figure, when the universal is affirmative, and the particular negative, and again in the third figure, when the universal is affirmative, but the particular negative, the demonstration will not be in the like manner. but it is necessary that proposing something with which either extreme is not present, we make a syllogism of this, for in respect of these there will be a necessary conclusion. If, on the other hand, in respect to the proposed term there is a necessary conclusion, there will be also one, i.e. a necessary conclusion, of some individual of that term, for what is proposed is part of it, and each syllogism is formed under its own appropriate figure. Chapter 9. Of Syllogisms, whereof one proposition is necessary, and the other pure in the first figure. It sometimes happens also that when one proposition is necessary, a necessary syllogism arises, not however from either proposition indifferently, but from the one that contains the greater extreme. For example, if A is assumed to be necessarily present or not present with B, but B to be alone present with C, for the premises being thus assumed, A will necessarily be present or not with C. For since A is or is not necessarily present with every B, but C is something belonging to B, C will evidently of necessity be one of these, i.e. will or will not be A. If again A, B, the major, is not necessary, but B, C, the minor, is necessary, there will not be a necessary conclusion, for if there be, it will happen that A is necessarily present with a certain B, both by the first and the third figure, but this is false, for B may happen to be a thing of that kind, that A may not be present with any thing of it. Besides, it is evident from the terms that there will not be a necessary conclusion, as if A were motion, B animal, and C man, for man is necessarily an animal, but neither are animal nor man necessarily moved. So also if A, B is negative, for there is the same demonstration. In particular syllogisms, however, if the universal is necessary, the conclusion will also be necessary, but if the particular be, there will not be a necessary conclusion, neither if the universal premise be negative, nor affirmative. Let then, in the first place, the universal be necessary, and let A be necessarily present with every B, but B only be present with a certain C. It is necessary therefore that A should of necessity be present with a certain C, for C is under B, and A was of necessity present with every B. The same will occur if the syllogism be negative, for the demonstration will be the same. But if the particular be necessary, the conclusion will not be necessary, for nothing impossible results, as neither in universal syllogisms. A similar consequence will result also in negatives. Let the terms be motion, animal, white. Example 1. Every animal is moved. It is necessary that something white should be an animal. Therefore something white is moved. This is not necessary, for it might possibly not be moved. no animal is moved. It is necessary that something white should not be an animal. Therefore something white is not moved. This is not necessary because it may be moved. Chapter 10. Of the same in the second figure. In the second figure, if the negative premise be necessary, the conclusion will also be necessary, but if the affirmative be necessary, the conclusion will not be necessary. For first, let the negative be necessary, and let it not be possible for A to be in any B, but let it be present with C alone. As then a negative proposition may be converted, B cannot be present with any A, but A is with every C. Hence B cannot be present with any C, for C is under A. In like manner also, if the negative be added to C, for if A cannot be with any C, neither can C be present with any A, but A is with every B, so neither can C be present with any B, as the first figure will again be produced, wherefore neither can B be present with C, since it is similarly converted. If, however, the affirmative premise be necessary, the conclusion will not be necessary, for let A necessarily be present with every B, and alone not be present with any C. Then the negative being converted, we have the first figure, but it was shown in the first, that when the major negative proposition is not necessary, neither will the conclusion be necessary, so that neither in these will there be a necessary conclusion. Once more, if the conclusion is necessary, it results that C is not necessarily present with a certain A, for if B is necessarily present with no C, neither will C be necessarily present with any B, but B is present necessarily with a certain A. If A is necessarily present with every B, hence it is necessary that C should not be present with a certain A. There is, however, nothing to prevent such an A being assumed with which universally C may be present. Moreover, it can be shown by exposition of the terms that the conclusion is not simply necessary, but necessary from the assumption of these, e.g. let A be animal, B man, C white, and let the propositions be similarly assumed, for it is possible for an animal to be with nothing white, then neither will man be present with anything white, yet not from necessity, for it may happen for man to be white, yet not so long as animal is present with nothing white, so that from these assumptions there will be a necessary conclusion, but not simply necessary. The same will happen in particular syllogisms, for when the negative proposition is universal and necessary, the conclusion also will be necessary, but when the affirmative is universal and necessary, and the negative particular, the conclusion will not be necessary. First, then, let there be an universal and necessary negative, and let A not possibly be present with any B, but with a certain C. Since therefore a negative proposition is convertible, B can neither be possibly present with any A, but A is with a certain C, so that of necessity B is not present with a certain C. Again, let there be an universal and necessary affirmative, and let the affirmative be attached to B. If then A is necessarily present with every B, but is not with a certain C, B is not with a certain C, it is clear, yet not from necessity, since there will be the same terms for the demonstration, as were taken in the case of universal syllogisms. Neither, moreover, will the conclusion be necessary, if a particular necessary negative be taken as the demonstration is through the same terms. End of chapter 10 of book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 11 of book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 11 of the same in the third figure. In the last figure, when the terms are universally joined to the middle, and both premises are affirmative if either of them be necessary, the conclusion will also be necessary, and if one be negative, but the other affirmative, when the negative is necessary, the conclusion will be also necessary, but when the affirmative is so, the conclusion will not be necessary. For first, let both propositions be affirmative, and let A and B be present with every C, and let A, C be a necessary proposition. Since then B is present with every C, C will also be present with a certain B, because an universal is converted into a particular, so that if A is necessarily present with every C, and C with a certain B, A must also be necessarily present with a certain B, for B is under C. Hence the first figure again arises. In like manner it can be also demonstrated if B, C is a necessary proposition, for C is converted with a certain A, so that if B is necessarily present with every C, but C with a certain A, B will also of necessity be present with a certain A. Again, let A, C be a negative proposition, but B, C affirmative, and let the negative be necessary, as therefore an affirmative proposition is convertible, C will be present with some certain B, but A of necessity with no C. Neither will A necessarily be present with some B, for B is under C. But if the affirmative is necessary, there will not be a necessary conclusion, for let B, C be affirmative and necessary, but A, C negative and not necessary. Since then the affirmative is converted, C will also be with a certain B of necessity. Wherefore if A is with no C, but C with a certain B, A will also not be present with a certain B, but not from necessity, for it has been shown by the first figure that when the negative proposition is not necessary, neither will the conclusion be necessary. Moreover, this will also be evident from the terms, for let A be good, B animal, and C horse. It happens therefore that good is with no horse, but animal is necessarily present with every horse. But it is not however necessary that a certain animal should not be good, for every animal may possibly be good. Example 1. No horse is good. It is necessary that every horse should be an animal. Therefore some animal is not good. Or if this is not possible, viz. That every animal is good, we must assume another term as to wake, or to sleep, for every animal is capable of these. Example 2. No horse wakes / sleeps. It is necessary that every horse should be an animal. Therefore some animal does not wake / sleep. If then the terms are universal in respect to the middle, it has been shown when there will be a necessary conclusion. But if one term is universally, but the other particularly predicated of the middle, and both propositions are affirmative, when the universal is necessary, the conclusion will also be necessary, for the demonstration is the same as before, since the particular affirmative is convertible. If therefore B is necessarily present with every C, but A is under C, B must also necessarily be present with a certain A, and if B is with a certain A must also be present necessarily with a certain B, for it is convertible. The same will also occur if A, C be a necessary universal proposition, for B is under C. But if the particular be necessary, there will not be a necessary conclusion, for let B, C be particular and necessary, and A present with every C, yet not of necessity, B, C then being converted, we have the first figure, and the universal proposition is not necessary, but the particular is necessary. But when the propositions are thus, there was not a necessary conclusion, so that neither will there be one in the case of these. Example 3. Every C is A. It is necessary that some C should be B, / B should be C. Therefore, some B is A. Moreover, this is evident from the terms, for let A be wakefulness, B biped, but C animal. B then must necessarily be present with a certain C, but A may happen to be present with every C, and yet A is not necessarily so with B, for a certain biped need not sleep, or wake. Example 4. Every animal wakes. it is necessary that some animal should be biped, therefore some biped wakes. So also we may demonstrate it by the same terms if A be particular and necessary. Example 5. It is necessary that some animal should be a biped. Every animal wakes, therefore something that wakes is a biped. Every animal wakes, it is necessary that some biped should be an animal, therefore some biped wakes. But if one term be affirmative and the other negative, when the universal proposition is negative and necessary, the conclusion will also be necessary. For if A happens to know C, but B is present with a certain C, A must necessarily not be present with a certain B. But when the affirmative is assumed as necessary, whether it be universal or particular negative, there will not be a necessary conclusion, for we may allege the other same reasons against it, as in the former cases. But let the terms when the universal affirmative is necessary be wakefulness, animal, man, the middle man. Example 6. Some man does not wake. It is necessary that every man should be an animal, therefore some animal does not wake. But when the particular affirmative is necessary, let the terms be wakefulness, animal, white. For animal must necessarily be with something white, but wakefulness happens to be with nothing white, and it is not necessary that wakefulness should not be with a certain animal. Example 7. Nothing white wakes. It is necessary that something white should be an animal, therefore some animal does not wake. But when the negative particular is necessary, let the terms be biped, motion, animal, and the middle term animal. Example 8. It is necessary that some animal should not be a biped. Every animal is moved, therefore something which is moved is not a biped. Chapter 12. A comparison of pure with necessary syllogisms. It appears then that there is not a syllogism de in esse, unless both propositions signify the being present with, but that a necessary conclusion follows, even if one alone is necessary. But in both, the syllogisms being affirmative or negative, one of the propositions must necessarily be similar to the conclusion. I mean by similar, that if the conclusion be simply that a thing is present with, one of the propositions also signifies simply the being present with, but if necessarily, that is, in the conclusion, one of the propositions is also necessary. Wherefore this also is evident, that there will neither be a conclusion necessary, nor simple de in esse, unless one proposition be assumed as necessary, or purely categorical, and concerning the necessary, how it arises, and what difference it has in regard to the de in esse, we have almost said enough. Chapter 13. Of the contingent, and its concomitant propositions. Let us next speak of the contingent, when and how, and through what propositions there will be a syllogism, and to be contingent, and the contingent, I define to be that which, not being necessary, but being assumed to exist, nothing impossible will on this account arise, for we say that the necessary is contingent equivocally. but that such is the contingent is evident from opposite negatives and affirmatives. For the assertions, it does not happen to be, and it is impossible to be, and it is necessary not to be, are either the same or follow each other, wherefore also the contraries to these, it happens to be, it is not impossible to be, and it is not necessary not to be, will either be the same or follow each other. For of every thing there is either affirmation or negation, hence the contingent will be not necessary, and the not necessary will be contingent. It happens, indeed, that all contingent propositions are convertible with each other. I do not mean the affirmative into the negative, but as many as have an affirmative figure as to opposition, e.g., it happens to exist, is convertible into it happens not to exist, and it happens to every, into it happens to none, or not to every, and it happens to some, into it happens not to some, in the same manner also with the rest. For since the contingent is non-necessary, and the non-necessary may happen not to exist, it is clear that if A happens to be with any B, it may also happen not to be present, and if it happens to be present with every B, it may also happen not to be present with every B. There is the same reasoning also in particular affirmatives, for the demonstration is the same, but such propositions are affirmative and not negative, for the verb to be contingent is arranged similarly to the verb to be, as we have said before. These things then being defined, let us next remark that to be contingent is predicated in two ways, one that which happens for the most part and yet falls short of the necessary, for instance, for a man to become hoary, or to grow, or to waste, or in short, whatever may naturally be, for this has not a continued necessity, for the man may not always exist, but while he does exist, it is either of necessity or for the most part. The other way the contingent is indefinite, and is that which may be possibly thus, and not thus, as for an animal to walk, or while it is walking for an earthquake to happen, or in short whatever occurs casually, for nothing is more naturally produced thus, or in a contrary way. Each kind of contingent, however, is convertible according to opposite propositions, yet not in the same manner, but what may naturally subsist is convertible into that which does not subsist of necessity. Thus it is possible for a man not to become hoary, but the indefinite is converted into what cannot more subsist in this than in that way. Science, however, and demonstrative syllogism do not belong to indefinites, because the middle is irregular, but to those things which may naturally exist. And arguments and speculations are generally conversant with such contingencies, but of the indefinite contingent we may make a syllogism, though it is not generally investigated. These things, however, will be more defined in what follows. At present let us show when, and how, and what will be a syllogism from contingent propositions. Since then that this happens to be present with that may be assumed in a twofold respect, for it either signifies that with which this is present, or that with which it may be present. Thus the assertion A is contingent to that of which B is predicated signifies one of these things, either that of which B is predicated, or that of which it may be predicated, but the assertion that A is contingent to that of which there is B and that A may be present with every B, do not differ from each other, whence it is evident that A may happen to be present with every B in two ways. Let us first show if B is contingent to that of which there is C, and if A is contingent to that of which there is B, what and what kind of syllogism there will be, for thus both propositions are contingently assumed. When, however, A is contingent to that with which B is present, one proposition is de in esse, but the other of that which is contingent, so that we must begin from those of similar character, as we began elsewhere. Chapter 14. Of syllogisms with two contingent propositions in the first figure. When A is contingent to every B, and B to every C, there will be a perfect syllogism, so that A is contingent to every C, which is evident from the definition, for thus we stated the universal contingent to imply. So also if A is contingent to no B, but B to every C, it may be concluded that A is contingent to no C, for to affirm that A is contingent in respect of nothing to which B is contingent, this were to leave none of the contingents which are under B. But when A is contingent to every B, but B contingent to no C, no syllogism arises from the assumed propositions, but B, C, being converted according to the contingent, the same syllogism arises as existed before, as since it happens that B is present with no C, it may also happen to be present with every C, which was shown before. Wherefore if B may happen to every C, and A to every B, the same syllogism will again arise. The like will occur also if negation be added with the contingent mode to both propositions, I mean as if A is contingent to no B, and B to no C. No syllogism arises through the assumed propositions, but when they are converted there will be the same as before. It is evident then that when negation is added to the minor extreme, or to both the propositions, there is either no syllogism or an incomplete one, for the necessity of consequence is completed by conversion. If, however, one of the propositions be universal, and the other be assumed, as particular, the universal belonging to the major extreme, there will be a perfect syllogism, for if A is contingent to every B, but B to a certain C, A is also contingent to a certain C, and this is clear from the definition of universal contingent. Again, if A is contingent to no B, but B happens to be present with some C, it is necessary that A should happen not to be present with some C, since the demonstration is the same. But if the particular proposition be assumed as negative, and the universal affirmative, and retain the same position as if A happens to be present to every B, but B happens not to be present with some C, no evident syllogism arises from the assumed propositions, but the particular being converted, and B being assumed to be contingently present with some C, there will be the same conclusion as before in the first syllogisms. Still, if the major proposition be taken as particular, but the minor as universal, and if both be assumed affirmative or negative, or of different figure, or both indefinite or particular, there will never be a syllogism, for there is nothing to prevent B from being more widely extended than A, and from not being equally predicated. Now let that by which B exceeds A be assumed to be C. To this it will happen that A is present neither to every, nor to none, nor to a certain one, nor not to a certain one, since contingent propositions are convertible, and B may happen to be present to more things than A. Besides, this is evident from the terms, for when the propositions are thus, the first is contingent to the last, and to none, and necessarily present with every individual. And let the common terms of all be these, of being present necessarily, animal, white, man, but of not being contingent, animal, white, garment. Example 1. It happens that something white is not an animal. It happens that every no some not every man is white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that something white is not an animal. It happens that every no some not every garment is white. It is necessary that no garment should be an animal. Therefore it is clear that when the terms are thus, there is no syllogism, for every syllogism is either de in esse, or of that which exists necessarily or contingently, but that this is neither de in esse, nor of that which necessarily exists, is clear, since the affirmative is subverted by the negative, and the negative by the affirmative, wherefore it remains that it is of the contingent, but this is impossible, for it has been shown that when the terms are thus, the first is necessarily inherent in all the last, and contingently is present with none, so that there cannot be a syllogism of the contingent, for the necessary is not contingent. Thus it is evident that when universal terms are assumed in contingent propositions, there arises always a syllogism in the first figure, both when they are affirmative and negative, except that being affirmative it is complete, but if negative, incomplete. We must nevertheless assume the contingent not in necessary propositions, but according to the before named definition, and sometimes a thing of this kind escapes notice. End of chapter 14. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 15 of Book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 15 of Syllogisms with one simple and another contingent proposition in the first figure. If one proposition be assumed to exist, but the other to be contingent, when that which contains the major extreme signifies the contingent, all the syllogisms will be perfect, and of the contingent, according to the above definition. But when the minor is contingent, they will all be imperfect, and the negative syllogisms will not be of the contingent, according to the definition, but of that which is necessarily present with no one, or not with every. For if it is necessarily present with no one, or not with every, we say that it happens to be present with no one, and not with every. Now let A be contingent to every B, and let B be assumed to be present with every C. Since then C is included under B, and A is contingent to every B, A is also clearly contingent to every C, and there is a perfect syllogism. So also if the proposition A B is negative, but B C affirmative, and A B is assumed as contingent, but B C to be present with simply, there will be a perfect syllogism, so that A will happen to be present with no C. It appears then that when a pure minor is assumed, the syllogisms are perfect, but that when it is of a contrary character, it may be shown per impossible that there would be also syllogisms, though at the same time it would be evident that they are imperfect, since the demonstration will not arise from the assumed propositions. First, however, we must show that if A exists, B must necessarily exist, and that if A is possible, B will necessarily be possible. Let then under these circumstances A be possible, but B impossible. If therefore the possible, since it is possible to be, may be produced, yet the impossible, because it is impossible, cannot be produced. But if at the same time A is possible and B impossible, it may happen that A may be produced without B, if it is produced also, that it may exist, for that which has been generated, when it has been so generated, exists. We must however assume the possible and impossible, not only in generation, but also in true assertion, and in the in esse, and in as many other ways as the possible is predicated, for the case will be the same in all of them. Moreover, when it is said, if A exists, B is, we must not understand as if A being a certain thing, B will be, for no necessary consequence follows from one thing existing, but from there being two at least, as in the case of propositions subsisting in the manner we have stated in syllogism. For if C is predicated of D, but D of F, C will also necessarily be predicated of F, and if each be possible, the conclusion will be possible, just as if one should take A as the premises, but B the conclusion. It will not only happen that A being necessary, B is also necessary, but that when the former is possible, the latter also will be possible. This being proved, it is manifest that when there is a false and not impossible hypothesis, the consequence of the hypothesis will also be false and not impossible, e.g. if A is false yet not impossible, but when A is, B also is, here B will also be false yet not impossible. For since it has been shown that A existing, B also exists, when A is possible, B will be also possible. But A is supposed to be possible, wherefore B will be also possible, for if it were impossible, the same thing would be possible and impossible at the same time. These things then being established, let A be present with every B, and B contingent to every C. Therefore A must necessarily happen to be present with every C, for let it not happen, but let B be supposed to be present with every C, this is indeed false, yet not impossible. If then A is not contingent to C, but B is present with every C, A is not contingent to every B, for a syllogism arises in the third figure, but it was supposed that A was contingently present with every B, therefore A must necessarily be contingent to every C, for the false being assumed and not the impossible, the consequence is impossible. Example 1. Every B is A. It happens that every C is B, therefore it happens that every C is A. It is necessary that some C should not be A. Every C is B, therefore not every B is A. We may also make a deduction to the impossible in the first figure by assuming B to be present with every C, for if B is with every C, but A contingent to every B, A will also be contingent to every C, but it was supposed not to be present with every C. Example 2. Every B is A. It happens that every C is B, therefore it happens that every C is A. It happens that every B is A. Every C is B, therefore it happens that every C is A. Still, we must assume the being present with every, not distinguishing it by time, as now, or at this time, but simply, for by propositions of this kind we also produce syllogisms. Since when a proposition is taken as to the present, it will not be a syllogism, since perhaps there is nothing to hinder man from being present some time or other with everything moved, viz. If nothing else is moved, but what is moved is contingent to every horse, yet man is contingent to no horse. Moreover, let the first term be animal, the middle that which is moved, and the last man. The propositions will then be alike, but the conclusion necessary and not contingent, for man is necessarily an animal, so that it is evident that the universal must be taken simply and not deprived by time. Example 3. Whatever is moved is a man. It happens that every horse is moved. It is necessary that no horse should be a man. Whatever is moved is an animal. It happens that every man is moved. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. Again, let the proposition A, B be universal negative, and let A be assumed to be present with no B, but let B contingently be present with every C. Now, from these positions, A must necessarily happen to be present with no C, for let it not so happen, but let B be supposed to be present with C, as before, then A must necessarily be present with some B, for there is a syllogism in the third figure, but this is impossible, wherefore A can be contingent to no C, for the false and not the impossible being assumed, the impossible results. Example 4. No B is A. It happens that every C is B, therefore it happens that no C is A. It is necessary that some C should be A. Every C is B, therefore some B is A. Now, this syllogism is not of the contingent according to the definition, but of what is necessarily present with none, for this is a contradiction of the given hypothesis, because A was supposed necessarily present with some C, but the syllogism per impossible is of an opposite contradiction. Besides, from the terms it appears clearly that there is no contingent conclusion, for let crow stand for A, that which is intelligent for B, and man for C. A is therefore present with no B, for nothing intelligent is a crow, but B is contingent to every C, since it happens to every man to be intelligent. But A is necessarily present with no C, wherefore the conclusion is not contingent. Example 5. Nothing intelligent is a crow. It happens that every man is intelligent. It is necessary that no man should be a crow. But neither is the conclusion always necessary, for let A be what is moved, B science, and C man. A will then be present with no B, but B is contingent to every C, and the conclusion will not be necessary, for it is not necessary that no man should be moved, but also it is not necessary that a certain man should be moved. Therefore it is clear that the conclusion is of that which is necessarily present with no one, hence the terms must be assumed in a better manner. But if the negative be joined to the minor extreme, signifying to be contingent from the assumed propositions, there will be no syllogism, but there will be as in the former instances, when the contingent proposition is converted. For let A be present with every B, but B contingent to no C. Now, when the terms are thus, there will be nothing necessary inferred, but if B, C be converted, and B be assumed to be contingent to every C, a syllogism arises as before, since the terms have a similar position. In the same manner, when both the propositions are negative, if A, B signifies not being present, but B, C to be contingent to no individual, through these assumptions no necessity arises, but the contingent proposition being converted, there will be a syllogism. Let A be assumed present to no B, and B contingent to no C. Nothing necessary is inferred from these, but if it is assumed that B is contingent to every C, which is true, and the proposition A, B subsists similarly, there will be again the same syllogism. If, however, B is assumed as not present with C, and not that it happens not to be present, there will by no means be a syllogism, neither if the proposition A, B be negative nor affirmative, but let the common terms of necessary presence be white, animal, snow, and of non-contingency white, animal, pitch. Example 6. It happens that every no animal is white. No snow is an animal. It is necessary that all snow should be white. It happens that every no animal is white. No pitch is an animal. It is necessary that no pitch should be white. It is evident therefore that when terms are universal, and one of the propositions is assumed as simply de in esse, but the other contingent, when the minor premise is assumed contingent, a syllogism always arises, except that sometimes it will be produced from the propositions themselves, and at other times from the contingent proposition being converted. When however each of these occurs, and for what reason, we have shown. But if one proposition be assumed as universal, and the other particular, when the universal contingent is joined to the major extreme, whether it be affirmative or negative, but the particular is a simple affirmative de in esse, there will be a perfect syllogism, just as when the terms are universal, but the demonstration is the same as before. Now, when the major is universal, simple, and not contingent, but the other, the minor, particular, and contingent, if both propositions be assumed affirmative or negative, or if one be affirmative and the other negative, there will always be an incomplete syllogism, except that some will be demonstrated per impossible, but others by conversion of the contingent proposition, as in the former cases. There will also be a syllogism through conversion when the universal major signifies simply in esse or non in esse, but the particular being negative assumes the contingent, as if A is present or not present with every B, that B happens not to be present with a certain C, for the contingent proposition B, C, being converted, there is a syllogism. Still, when the particular proposition assumes the not being present with, there will not be a syllogism. Now, let the terms of presence be white, animal, snow, but of not being present, white, animal, pitch, for the demonstration must be assumed through the indefinite. Example 7. It happens that every (no) animal is white. Some snow is not an animal. It is necessary that all snow should be white. It happens that every (no) animal is white. Some pitch is not an animal. It is necessary that no pitch should be white. Yet if the universal be joined to the less extreme, but particular to the greater, whether negative or affirmative, contingent or pure, there will by no means be a syllogism, nor if particular or indefinite propositions be assumed, whether they take the contingent or simply the being present with, or vice versa, will there thus be a syllogism, and the demonstration is the same as before. Let however the common terms of being present with from necessity be animal, white, man, and of not being contingent, animal, white, garment. Example 8. It happens that something / not everything white is an animal. Every / no / some / not every man is white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that something / not everything white is an animal. Every / no / some / not every garment is white. It is necessary that no garment should be an animal. Something / not everything white is an animal. It happens that every / no / some / not every man is white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. Something / not everything white is an animal. It happens that every / no / some / not every garment is white. it is necessary that no garment should be an animal. Hence it is evident that if the major be universal, there is always a syllogism, but if the minor be so, if the major be particular, there will never be. Chapter 16. Of syllogisms with one premise necessary and the other contingent, in the first figure. When one is a necessary proposition simple, de in esse, or non in esse, and the other signifies being contingent, there will be a syllogism, the terms subsisting similarly, and it will be perfect when the minor premise is necessary. The conclusion, however, when the terms are affirmative, will be contingent, and not simple, whether they are universal or not universal. Nevertheless, if one proposition be affirmative, and the other negative, when the affirmative is necessary, the conclusion will in like manner signify the being contingent, and not the not existing, or being present with, and when the negative is necessary, the conclusion will be of the contingent, non in esse, and of the simple, non in esse, whether the terms are universal or not. The contingent also in the conclusion is to be assumed in the same way as in the former syllogisms, but there will not be a syllogism wherein the non in esse will be necessarily inferred, for it is one thing in esse, not necessarily, and another non in esse necessarily. Wherefore it is evident that when the terms are affirmative, there will not be a necessary conclusion, for let A necessarily be present with every B, but let B be contingent to every C. There will then be an incomplete syllogism, whence it may be inferred that A happens to be present with every C, but that it is incomplete is evident from demonstration, for this may be shown after the same manner as in the former syllogisms. Again, let A be contingent to every B, but let B be necessarily present with every C. There will then be a syllogism wherein A happens to be present with every C, but not simply is it present with every C. Also it will be complete, and not incomplete, for it is completed by the first propositions. Notwithstanding, if the propositions are not of similar form, first let the negative one be necessary, and let A necessarily be contingent to no B, but let B be contingent to every C. Therefore it is necessary that A should be present with no C, for let it be assumed present either with every or with some one, yet it was supposed to be contingent to no B. Since then a negative proposition is convertible, neither will B be contingent to any A, but A is supposed to be present with every or with some C, hence B will happen to be present with no or not with every C. It was however supposed from the first to be present with every C. Example 1. It is necessary that no B should be A. It happens that every C is B, therefore no C is A. It is necessary that no A should be B. Some C is A, therefore it is necessary that some C should not be B. Still it is evident that there may also be a syllogism of the contingent non in esse, as there is one of the simple non in esse. Moreover, let the affirmative proposition be necessary, and let A be contingently present with no B, but B necessarily present with every C. This syllogism then will be perfect, yet not of the simple, but of the contingent non in esse, for the proposition, viz. The contingent non in esse, was assumed from the major extreme, and there cannot be a deduction to the impossible, for if A is supposed to be present with a certain C, and it is admitted that A is contingently present with no B, nothing impossible will arise therefrom, but if the minor premise be negative when it is contingent, there will be a syllogism by conversion, as in the former cases, but when it is not contingent, there will not be, nor when both premises are negative, but the minor not contingent. Let the terms be the same of the simple in esse, white, animal, snow, and of the non in esse, white, animal, pitch. Example 2. It happens that every no animal is white. It is necessary that no snow should be an animal. It is necessary that all snow should be white. It happens that every no animal is white. It is necessary that no pitch should be an animal. It is necessary that no pitch should be white. The same will also happen in particular syllogisms, for when the negative is necessary, the conclusion will be of the simple non in esse. Thus, if A is contingently present with no B, but B contingently present with a certain C, it is necessary that A should not be present with a certain C, since if it is present with every C, but is contingent to no B, neither will B be contingently present with any A. So that if A is present with every C, B is contingent with no C, but it was supposed contingent to a certain C. When however in a negative syllogism the particular affirmative is necessary, as for example B, C, or the universal in an affirmative syllogism, e.g. A, B, there will not be a syllogism de in esse. The demonstration however is the same as in the former cases, but if the minor premise be universal, whether affirmative or negative and contingent, but the major particular necessary, there will not be a syllogism. Let the terms of necessary presence be animal, white, man, and of the non-contingent, animal, white, garment. Example 3. It is necessary that something white should be / not be an animal. It happens that every / no man is white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It is necessary that something white should be / not be an animal. It happens that every / no garment is white. It is necessary that no garment should be an animal. But when the universal is necessary and the particular contingent, the universal being negative, let the terms of presence be animal, white, crow, and of non in esse, animal, white, pitch. Example 4. It happens that something white is / is not an animal. It is necessary that no crow should be white. It is necessary that every crow should be an animal. It happens that something white is / is not an animal. It is necessary that no pitch should be white. It is necessary that no pitch should be an animal. But when the universal affirms, let the terms of presence be animal, white, swan, but of the non-contingent be animal, white, snow. Example 5. It happens that something white is / is not an animal. It is necessary that every swan should be white. It is necessary that every swan should be an animal. It happens that something white is not an animal. It is necessary that all snow should be white. It is necessary that no snow should be an animal. Nor will there be a syllogism when indefinite propositions are assumed, or both particular. Let the common terms de in esse be animal, white, man, de non in esse animal, white, inanimate. For animal is necessarily and not contingently present with something white, and white is also necessarily and not contingently present with something inanimate. The like also occurs in the contingent, so that these terms are useful for all. Example 6. It happens that something white is not an animal. It is necessary that some man should be not be white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that something white is not an animal. It is necessary that something inanimate should be not be white. It is necessary that nothing inanimate should be an animal. It is necessary that something white should be not be an animal. It happens that some man is not white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It is necessary that something white should be not be an animal. It happens that everything inanimate is white. It is necessary that nothing inanimate should be an animal. From what has been said then, it appears that when the terms are alike, both in simple and in necessary propositions, a syllogism does and does not occur, except that if the negative proposition be assumed de in esse, there will be a syllogism with a contingent conclusion, but when the negative is necessary, there will be one of the character of the contingent and of the non-inesse. But it is clear also that all the syllogisms are incomplete, and that they are completed through the above named figures. End of chapter 16. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 17 of Book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 17 of Syllogisms with two contingent premises in the second figure. In the second figure, when both premises are assumed contingent, there will be no syllogism, neither when they are taken as affirmative, nor negative, nor universal, nor particular, but when one signifies the simple in esse, and the other the contingent, if the affirmative signifies the in esse, there will never be a syllogism, but if the universal negative be pure, there will always be a syllogism. In the same manner, when one premise is assumed as necessary, but the other contingent, still in these syllogisms we must consider the contingent in the conclusions, as we did in the former ones. Now, in the first place, we must show that a contingent negative is not convertible, e.g., if A is contingent to no B, it is not necessary that B should also be contingent to no A. For let this be assumed, and let B be contingently present with no A. Therefore, since contingent affirmatives, both contrary and contradictory, are convertible into negatives, and B is contingently present with no A, it is clear that B may be contingently present with every A, but this is false, for if this is contingent to all of that, it is not necessary that that should be contingent to this, wherefore a negative contingent is not convertible. Moreover, there is nothing to prevent A being contingent to no B, but B not necessarily present with a certain A, e.g. whiteness, may happen not to be present with every man, for it may also happen to be present, but it is not true to say that man is contingently present with nothing white, for he is necessarily not present with many things white, and the necessary is not the contingent. Neither can it be shown convertible per impossible, as if a man should think, since it is false, that B is contingently present with no A, that it is true that it A is not contingent to no one B, for these are affirmation and negation. But if this be true, B is necessarily present with a certain A, therefore A is also with a certain B, but this is impossible, since it does not follow if B is not contingent to no A, that it is necessarily present with a certain A, for not to be contingent to no individual is predicated two ways, the one if a thing is necessarily present with something, and the other if it is necessarily not present with something, for what necessarily is not present with a certain A cannot be truly said to be contingently not present with every A, as neither can what is necessarily present with a certain thing be truly said to be contingently present with everything. If then any one thinks that because C is not contingently present with every D, it is necessarily not present with a certain D, he would infer falsely, for perchance it is present with every D, still because a thing is necessarily present with certain things, on this account we say that it is not contingent to every individual, wherefore the being present necessarily with a certain thing, and the not being present with a certain thing necessarily, are opposed to the being contingently present with every individual, and in like manner there is a similar opposition to the being contingent to no individual. Hence it is evident that when the contingent and non-contingent are taken, in the manner we first defined, not only the necessarily being present with a certain thing, but also the necessarily not being present with it, ought to be assumed. But when this is assumed, there is no impossibility to a syllogism being produced, whence it is evident from what we have stated that a negative contingent is not convertible. This then being demonstrated, let A be assumed contingent to no B, but contingent to every C. By conversion therefore there will not be a syllogism, for it has been said that a proposition of this kind is inconvertible, neither however will there be by a deduction per impossible, for B being assumed contingently present with every C, nothing false will happen, for A may contingently be present with every and with no C. Example 1. It happens that no B is A. It happens that every C is A. Therefore it happens that no C is B. It happens that no B is A. It is necessary that every or some C should be B. Therefore it happens that every or some C is not A. In short, if there is a syllogism, it is clear that it will be of the contingent, because neither proposition is assumed as de in esse, and this either affirmative or negative, it is possible, however, in neither way, since if the affirmative be assumed, it can be shown by the terms that it is not contingently present, but if the negative, that the conclusion is not contingent, but necessary. For let A be white, B man, and C horse. A therefore, i.e. whiteness, is contingently present with every individual of the one, though with no individual of the other, but B is neither contingently present, nor yet contingently not present with C. It is evident that it is not contingently present, for no horse is a man, but neither does it happen not to be present, for it is necessary that no horse should be a man, and the necessary is not the contingent, wherefore there is no syllogism. Example 2. It happens that no man is white. It happens that every horse is white. It is necessary that no horse should be a man. This may be also similarly shown if the negative be and if both propositions be assumed affirmative or negative, for the demonstration will be by the same terms. Example 3. It happens that every no man is white. It happens that every no horse is white. It is necessary that no horse should be a man. When one proposition also is universal, but the other particular, or both particular or indefinite, or in whatever other way it is possible to change the propositions, for the demonstration will always be through the same terms. Example 4. It happens that every no man is white. It happens that some horse is not white. It is necessary that no horse should be a man. It happens that some man is not white. It happens that every no horse is white. It is necessary that no horse should be a man. It happens that some man is not white. It happens that some horse is not white. It is necessary that no horse should be a man. Hence it is clear that if both propositions are assumed contingent, there is no syllogism. Chapter 18. Of syllogisms with one proposition simple, and the other contingent, in the second figure. If one proposition signifies in esse, but the other the contingent, the affirmative proposition being simple, but the negative contingent, there will never be a syllogism, neither if the terms be assumed universally or partially. Still the demonstration will be the same, and by the same terms, yet when the affirmative is contingent, but the negative simple, there will be a syllogism. For let A be assumed present with no B, but contingent with every C. Then by conversion of the negative, B will be present with no A, but A is contingent to every C. Therefore there is a syllogism in the first figure, that B is contingent to no C. So also if the negative be added to C, but if both propositions be negative, and one signifies the simple, but the other the contingent non in esse, From these assumed propositions nothing necessary is inferred, but the contingent proposition being converted, there is a syllogism, wherein B is contingently present with no C, as in the former, for again there will be the first figure. If however both propositions be assumed affirmative, there will not be a syllogism. Let the terms of presence be health, animal, man, but of not being present with health, horse, man. Example 1. It happens that every animal is well. Every man is well. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that every horse is well. Every man is well. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. Every animal is well. It happens that every man is well. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. Every horse is well. It happens that every man is well. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. The same will happen in the case of particular syllogisms, for when the affirmative is pure, taken either universally or particularly, there will be no syllogism, and this is shown in like manner through the same terms as before. Example 2. It happens that no animal is well. Some man is well. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that no horse is well. Some man is well. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. Every animal is well. It happens that some man is not well. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. Every horse is well. It happens that some man is not well. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. But when the negative is simple, there will be a syllogism by conversion, as in the former cases. Again, if both premises be taken negative, and that which signifies simply the non-inesse be universal, from these propositions no necessity will result, but the contingent being converted as before, there will be a syllogism. If, however, the negative be pure but particular, there will not be a syllogism, whether the other premise be affirmative or negative. Neither will there be one when both propositions are assumed indefinite, whether affirmative, negative, or particular, and the demonstration is the same, and by the same terms. Example 3. Some animal is not well. It happens that some man is not well. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. Some horse is not well. It happens that some man is not well. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. It happens that some animal is not well. Some man is not well. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that some horse is not well. Some man is not well. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. Chapter 19. Of syllogisms with one premise necessary, and the other contingent, in the second figure. If, however, one premise signifies the being present necessarily, but the other contingently, when the negative is necessary, there will be a syllogism, wherein not only the contingent, but also the simple non-inesse may be inferred, but when the affirmative is necessary, there will be no syllogism. For let A be assumed necessarily present with no B, but contingent to every C, then by conversion of the negative, neither will B be present with any A, but A was contingent to every C, wherefore there is again a syllogism in the first figure, so that B is contingently present with no C. At the same time it is shown that neither is B present with any C, for let it be assumed to be present. Therefore, if A is contingent to no B, but B is present with a certain C, A is not contingent to a certain C, but it was supposed contingent to every C, and it may be shown after the same manner if the negative be added to C. Again, let the affirmative proposition be necessary, but the other negative and contingent, and let A be contingent to no B, but necessarily present with every C. Now when the terms are thus, there will be no syllogism, for it may happen that B is necessarily not present with C. Let A be white, B man, C a swan. Whiteness then is necessarily present with a swan, but is contingent to no man, and man is necessarily present with no swan. Therefore, that there will be no syllogism of the contingent is palpable, for what is necessary is not contingent. Example 1. It happens that no man is white. It is necessary that every swan should be white. It is necessary that no swan should be a man. Yet neither will there be a syllogism of the necessary, for the latter is either inferred from two necessary premises, or from a negative necessary premise. Besides, from these data it follows that B may be present with C, for there is nothing to prevent C from being under B, and A from being contingent to every B, and necessarily present with C, as if C is awake, B animal, and A motion, for motion is necessarily present with whatever is awake, but contingent to every animal, and everything which is awake is an animal. Example 2. It happens that no animal is moved. It is necessary that everything awake should be moved. Everything awake is an animal. Hence it appears that neither the non-inesse is inferred, since if the terms are thus the inesse is necessary, nor when the enunciations are opposite, so that there will be no syllogism. There will be also a similar demonstration if the affirmative premise be transposed, but if the propositions are of the same character when they are negative, a syllogism is always formed, the contingent proposition being converted, as in the former cases. For let A be assumed necessarily not present with B, and contingently not present with C, then the propositions being converted, B is present with no A, and A is contingent with every C, and the first figure is produced. The same would also occur if the negation belongs to C, but if both propositions be affirmative, there will not be a syllogism, clearly not of the non-inesse, nor of the necessary non-inesse, because a negative premise is not assumed neither in the simple nor in the necessary inesse. Neither again will there be a syllogism of the contingent non-inesse, for necessary terms being assumed, B will not be present with C, e.g. if A be assumed white, B a swan, and C man. Nor will there be from opposite affirmations, since B has been shown necessarily not present with C. In short, therefore, a syllogism will not be produced. Example 3. It is necessary that every swan should be white. It happens that every man is white. It is necessary that no man should be a swan. It will happen the same in particular syllogisms, for when the negative is universal and necessary, there will always be a syllogism of the contingent, and of the non-inesse, but the demonstration will be by conversion. Still, when the affirmative is necessary, there will never be a syllogism, and this may be shown in the same way as in the universals, and by the same terms. Example 4. It happens that no man is white. It is necessary that some swan should be white. It is necessary that no swan should be a man. It happens that no animal is moved. It is necessary that something awake should be moved. It is necessary that everything awake should be an animal. It is necessary that every swan should be white. It happens that some man is not white. It is necessary that no man should be a swan. Nor when both premises are assumed affirmative, for of this there is the same demonstration as before. Example 5. It is necessary that every swan should be white. It happens that some man is a swan. It is necessary that no man should be a swan. It happens that every man is white. It is necessary that some swan should be white. It is necessary that no swan should be a man. It is necessary that some swan should be white. It happens that every man is white. It is necessary that no man should be a swan. It happens that some man is white. It is necessary that every swan should be white. It is necessary that no swan should be a man. But when both are negative, and that which signifies the non-inesse is universal and necessary, the necessary will not be concluded through the propositions, but the contingent being converted, there will be a syllogism as before. If however both propositions are laid down indefinite or particular, there will not be a syllogism, and the demonstration is the same, and by the same terms. Example 6. It happens that some animal is not white. It is necessary that some man should be not be white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that some animal is not white. It is necessary that something inanimate should be not be white. It is necessary that nothing inanimate should be an animal. It is necessary that some animal should be not be white. It happens that some man is not white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It is necessary that some animal should be not be white. It happens that something inanimate is not white. it is necessary that nothing inanimate should be an animal. It appears then from what we have said, that an universal and necessary negative being assumed, there is always a syllogism, not only of the contingent, but also of the simple non inesse. But with a necessary affirmative, there will never be a syllogism. Also, that when the terms subsist in the same manner in necessary as in simple propositions, there is and is not a syllogism. Lastly, that all these syllogisms are incomplete, and that they are completed through the above mentioned figures. Chapter 20. Of syllogisms with both propositions contingent in the third figure. In the last figure, when both premises are contingent, and when only one is contingent, there will be a syllogism. Therefore, when the premises signify the contingent, the conclusion will also be contingent. Also, if one premise signifies the contingent, but the other the simple inesse. Still, when one premise is assumed necessary, if it be affirmative, there will not be a conclusion either necessary or simple. If on the contrary it is negative, there will be a syllogism of the simple non inesse, as before. In these, however, the contingent must be similarly taken in the conclusions. First then, let the premises be contingent, and let A and B be contingently present with every C. Since therefore a particular affirmative is convertible, but B is contingent to every C, C will also be contingent to a certain B. Therefore, if A is contingent to every C, but C is contingent to a certain B, it is necessary also that A should be contingent to a certain B, for the first figure is produced. If again A is contingently present with no C, but B with every C, A must also of necessity be contingently not present with a certain B. For again there will be the first figure by conversion. But if both propositions be assumed negative from these, the necessary will not result, but the propositions being converted, there will be a syllogism as before. For if A and B are contingently not present with C, if the contingently not present be changed, there will again be the first figure by conversion. If however one term be universal, but the other particular, when they are so, as in the case of simple inesse, there will and will not be a syllogism. For let A be contingently present with every C, and B present with a certain C, there will again be the first figure by conversion of the particular proposition, since if A is contingent to every C, and C to a certain B, A is also contingent to a certain B, and in like manner, if the universal be joined to B, C. This also will be produced in a similar way if A, C be negative, but B, C affirmative. For again we shall have the first figure by conversion. If however both are negative, the one universal and the other particular, by the assumed propositions there will not be a syllogism, but there will be when they are converted as before. Lastly, when both are indefinite or particular, there will not be a syllogism, for A must necessarily be present with every and with no B. Let the terms de inesse be animal, man, white, and de non inesse horse, man, white, the middle term white. Example 1. It happens that something white is not an animal. It happens that something white is not a man. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that something white is not a horse. It happens that something white is not a man. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. End of chapter 20. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 21 of Book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 21 of Syllogisms with one proposition contingent and the other simple in the third figure. If, however, one premise signifies the in esse, but the other the contingent, the conclusion will be that a thing is contingent to, and not that it is present with another, and there will be a syllogism, the terms subsisting in the same manner as the previous ones. For, first, let them be affirmative, and let A be in every C, but B contingent with every C. B, C, then being converted, there will be the first figure, and the conclusion will be that A is contingently present with a certain B. For when one premise in the first figure signifies the contingent, the conclusion also was contingent. In like manner, if the proposition B, C be of the simple in esse, but the proposition A, C be contingent, and if A, C be negative, but B, C affirmative, and either of them be pure, in both ways the conclusion will be contingent, since again there arises the first figure. Now it has been shown that where one premise in that figure signifies the contingent, the conclusion also will be contingent. If, however, the negative be annexed to the minor premise, or both be assumed as negative through the propositions laid down themselves, there will not indeed be a syllogism, but by their conversion there will be, as in the former cases. Nevertheless, if one premise be universal, and the other particular, yet both affirmative, or the universal negative, but the particular affirmative, there will be the same mode of syllogisms, for all are completed by the first figure, so that it is evident there will be a syllogism of the contingent, and not of the in esse. If, however, the affirmative be universal, and the negative particular, the demonstration will be per impossible. For let B be with every C, and A happen not to be with a certain C. It is necessary then that A should happen not to be with a certain B, since if A is necessarily with every B, but B is assumed to be with every C, A will necessarily be with every C, which was demonstrated before, but by hypothesis A happens not to be with a certain C. When both premises are assumed indefinite or particular, there will not be a syllogism, and the demonstration is the same as in universals, and by the same terms. Example 1. Something white is not an animal. It happens that something white is not a man. it is necessary that every man should be an animal. Something white is not a horse. It happens that something white is not a man. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. It happens that something white is not an animal. Something white is not a man. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. It happens that some animal is not a horse. Something white is not a man. It is necessary that no man should be a horse. Chapter 22. Of syllogisms with one premise necessary and the other contingent in the third figure. If one premise be necessary, but the other contingent, the terms being affirmative, there will be always a syllogism of the contingent. But when one is affirmative, but the other negative, if the affirmative be necessary, there will be a syllogism of the contingent non in esse. If however it be negative, there will be one both of the contingent and of the absolute non in esse. There will not however be a syllogism of the necessary non in esse, as neither in the other figures. Let then first the terms be affirmative, and let A be necessarily with every C, but B happen to be with every C. Therefore, since A is necessarily with every C, but C is contingent to a certain B, A will also be contingently and not necessarily with some certain B. For thus it is concluded in the first figure. It can be similarly proved if B, C be assumed as necessary, but A, C contingent. Example 1. It happens that every man is white. It is necessary that every man should be an animal. Therefore, it happens that some animal is white. It happens that every man is white. It is necessary that some animal should be a man. Therefore, it happens that some animal is white. Again, let one premise be affirmative, but the other negative, and let the affirmative be necessary. Let also A happen to be with no C, but let B necessarily be with every C. Again there will be the first figure. For the negative premise signifies the being contingent. It is evident therefore that the conclusion will be contingent. For when the premises were thus in the first figure, the conclusion was also contingent. But if the negative premise be necessary, the conclusion will be that it is contingent, not to be with something, and that it is not with it. For let A be supposed necessarily not with C, but contingent to every B. Then the affirmative proposition B, C being converted, there will be the first figure, and the negative premise will be necessary. But when the premises are thus, it results that A happens not to be with a certain C, and that it is not with it, wherefore it is necessary also that A should not be with a certain B. When however the minor premise is assumed negative, there will be a syllogism, if that be contingent by the premise being converted as in the former cases, but if it be necessary there will not be, for it is necessary to be with every, and happens to be with none. Let the terms of being with every individual be sleep, a sleeping horse, man, of being with none, sleep, a waking horse. Quotes man. Example 2. It happens that every man sleeps. It is necessary that no man should be a sleeping horse. It is necessary that every sleeping horse should sleep. It happens that every man sleeps. It is necessary that no man should be a waking horse. It is necessary that no waking horse should sleep. It will happen in the same way if one term be joined to the middle universally, but the other partially. For both being affirmative, there will be a syllogism of the contingent, and not of the absolute. Also, when the one is assumed as negative, but the other affirmative, and the affirmative is necessary. But when the negative is necessary, the conclusion will also be of the not being present with, for there will be the same mode of demonstration, whether the terms are universal or not universal, since it is necessary that the syllogisms be completed by the first figure, so that it is requisite that the same should result in these, as in those. When however the negative, universally assumed, is joined to the less extreme, if it be contingent, there will be a syllogism by conversion, but if it be necessary, there will not be, and this may be shown in the same mode as in universals, and by the same terms. Example 3. It happens that some man sleeps. It is necessary that no man should be a sleeping horse. It is necessary that every sleeping horse should sleep. It happens that some man sleeps. It is necessary that no man should be a waking horse. It is necessary that no waking horse should be asleep. Wherefore in this figure it is evident when and how there will be a syllogism, and when of the contingent, and when of the absolute. All also it is clear are imperfect, and are perfected by the first figure. Chapter 23. It is demonstrated that every syllogism is completed by the first figure. That the syllogisms then in these figures are completed by the universal syllogisms in the first figure, and are reduced to these, is evident from what has been said, but that in short every syllogism is thus, will now be evident, when it shall be shown that every syllogism is produced by some one of these figures. It is then necessary that every demonstration and every syllogism should show either something in esse or non in esse, and this either universally or partially, moreover either ostensively or by hypothesis. A part however of that which is by hypothesis is produced per impossible. Therefore let us first speak of the ostensive syllogisms, and when these are shown, it will be evident also in the case of those leading to the impossible, and generally of those by hypothesis. If then it is necessary to syllogize A of B, either as being with, or as not being with, we must assume something of something. If then A be assumed of B, that which was from the first proposed will be assumed to be proved, but if A be assumed of C, but C of nothing, nor anything else of it, nor of A, there will be no syllogism, for there is no necessary result from assuming one thing of one, so that we must take another premise. If then A be assumed of something else, or something else of A, or of C, there is nothing to hinder a syllogism. It will not however appertain to B from the assumptions, nor when C is predicated of something else, and that of another, and this last of a third. If none of these belong to B, neither thus will there be a syllogism with reference to B, since in short we say that there never will be a syllogism of one thing in respect of another, unless a certain middle is assumed, which refers in some way to each extreme in predication. For a syllogism is simply from premises, but that which pertains to this in relation to that is from premises belonging to this in relation to that. But it is impossible to assume a premise relating to B, if we neither affirm nor deny anything of it, or again of A in relation to B, if we assume nothing common, but affirm or deny certain peculiarities of each. Hence a certain middle of both must be taken, which unites the predications, if there shall be a syllogism of one in relation to the other. Now, if it is necessary to assume something common to both, this happens in a threefold manner, since we either predicate A of C, and C of B, or C of both, or both of C. But these are the before mentioned figures. It is evident that every syllogism is necessarily produced by some one of these figures, for there is the same reasoning, if A be connected with B, even through many media, for the figure in many media will be the same. Wherefore, that all ostensive syllogisms are perfected by the above named figures is clear. Also that those per impossible are so perfected will appear from these, for all syllogisms concluding per impossible collect the false, but they prove by hypothesis the original proposition, when contradiction being admitted some impossibility results. As for instance, that the diameter of a square is incommensurate with the side, because a common measure being given, the odd would be equal to the even. They collect then that the odd would be equal to the even, but show from hypothesis that the diameter is incommensurate, since a falsity occurs by contradiction. This then it is to syllogize per impossible, namely to show an impossibility from the original hypothesis, so that as by reasonings leading to the impossible, an ostensive syllogism of the false arises, but the original proposition is proved by hypothesis, and we have before said about ostensive syllogisms that they are perfected by these figures. It is evident that syllogisms also per impossible will be formed through these figures. Likewise all others which are by hypothesis, for in all there is a syllogism of that which is assumed, but the original proposition is proved by confession, or some other hypothesis. Now if this is true, it is necessary that every demonstration and syllogism should arise through the three figures before named, and this being shown, it is manifest that every syllogism is completed in the first figure, and is reduced to universal syllogisms in it. Chapter 24. Of the quality and quantity of the premises in syllogisms, of the conclusion. Moreover, it is necessary in every syllogism that one term should be affirmative, and one universal, for without the universal there will not be a syllogism, or one not pertaining to the thing proposed, or the original question will be the subject of petition. For let it be proposed that pleasure from music is commendable. If then any one should require it to be granted that pleasure is commendable, and did not add all pleasure, there would not be a syllogism. But if that a certain pleasure is so, if indeed it is a different pleasure, it is nothing to the purpose. But if it is the same, it is a petitio principii. This will however be more evident in diagrams. For instance, let it be required to show that the angles at the base of an isosceles triangle are equal. Let the lines A, B be drawn to the centre of a circle. If then he assumes the angle A, C to be equal to the angle B, D, not in short requiring it to be granted that the angles of semicircles are equal, and again that C is equal to D, not assuming the whole angle of the section, if besides he assumes that equal parts being taken from equal whole angles, the remaining angles E, F are equal, he will beg the original question, unless he assumes that if equals are taken from equals, the remainders are equal. Wherefore in all syllogisms we must have an universal. Universal is also shown from all universal terms, but the particular in this or that way, so that if the conclusion be universal, the terms must of necessity be universal, but if the terms be universal, the conclusion may happen not to be universal. It appears also that in every syllogism either both premises or one of them must be similar to the conclusion. I mean not only in its being affirmative or negative, but in that it is either necessary or absolute or contingent. We must also have regard to other modes of predication. In a word then, it is shown when there will and will not be a syllogism, also when it is possible and when perfect, and that when there is a syllogism it must have its terms according to some one of the above modes. Chapter 25. Every syllogism consists of only 3 terms, and of 2 premises. It appears that every demonstration will be by 3 terms, and no more, unless the same conclusion should result through different arguments, as E through A, B, and through C, D, or through A, B, A, C, and B, C. For there is nothing to prevent many media subsisting of the same conclusions, but these being many, there is not one syllogism, but many syllogisms, or again, when each of the propositions A, B is assumed by syllogism, as A through D, E, and again B through F, G, or when the one is by induction, but the other by syllogism. Thus in this manner indeed there are many syllogisms, for there are many conclusions, as A and B and C, and if there are not many but one, it is thus possible that the same conclusion may arise through many syllogisms, but in order that C may be proved through A, B, it is impossible. For let the conclusion be E collected from A, B, C, D. It is then necessary that some one of these should be assumed with reference to something else as a whole, but another as a part, for this has been shown before, that when there is a syllogism, some of the terms should necessarily thus subsist. Let then A be thus with reference to B. From these there is a certain conclusion, which is either E, or C, or D, or some other different from these. Now, if E is concluded, the syllogism would be from A, B alone, but if C, D are so as that the one is universal and the other particular, something also will result from these, which will either be E, or A, or B, or something else different from these, and if E is collected, or A, or B, there will be either many syllogisms, or, as it was shown possible, the same thing will happen to be collected through many terms. If, however, anything else different from these is collected, there will be many syllogisms unconnected with each other, but if C is not so with respect to D, as to produce a syllogism, they will be assumed to no purpose except for the sake of induction, or concealment, or something of the sort. Still, if from A, B, not E, but some other conclusion is produced, and from C, D, either one of these, or something different from these, many syllogisms arise, yet not of the subject, for it was supposed that the syllogism is of E. If again there is no conclusion from C, D, it will happen that they are assumed in vain, and the syllogism is not of the primary problem, so that it is evident that every demonstration and every syllogism will be through three terms only. This then being apparent, it is also clear that a syllogism consists of two premises, and no more, for three terms are two premises, unless something is assumed over and above, as we observed at first, for the perfection of the syllogisms. Hence it appears that in the syllogistic discourse, in which the premises, through which the principal conclusion is collected, are not even, for it is requisite that some of the former conclusions should be premises, this discourse is either not syllogistically constructed, or has required more than is necessary to the thesis. When then the syllogisms are taken according to the principal propositions, every syllogism will consist of propositions which are even, but of terms which are odd, for the terms exceed the premises by one, and the conclusions will be half part of the premises. When however the conclusion results through prosyllogisms, or through many continued middles, as A, B, through C, D, the multitude of terms in like manner will exceed the premises by one, for the term interpolated will be added either externally or in the middle, but in both ways it will happen that the intervals are fewer than the terms by one, but the propositions are equal to the intervals, the former indeed will not always be even, but the latter odd, but alternately when the propositions are even, the terms are odd, but when the terms are even, the propositions are odd, for together with the term, one proposition is added, wherever the term is added. Hence, since the propositions were even, but the terms odd, it is necessary they should change when the same addition is made, but the conclusions will no longer have the same order, neither with respect to the terms, nor to the propositions, for one term being added, conclusions will be added less than the pre-existent terms by one, because to the last term alone there is no conclusion made, but to all the rest, e.g. if D is added to A, B, C, two conclusions are immediately added, the one to A, and the other to B. The same occurs in the other cases also, if the term be inserted in the middle, after the same manner, for it will not make a syllogism to one term alone, so that the conclusions will be many more than the terms, and than the propositions. End of chapter 25. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 26 of Book 1 of Prior Analytics, by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 26. On the comparative difficulty of certain problems, and by what figures they are proved. Since we have those particulars with which syllogisms are conversant, and what is their quality in each figure, and in how many ways demonstration takes place, it is also manifest to us what kind of problem is difficult, and what easy of proof, for that which is concluded in many figures, and through many cases, is more easy, but what is in fewer figures, and by fewer cases, is more difficult. An universal affirmative then is proved through the first figure alone, and by this in one way only, but a negative both through the first and through the middle, through the first in one way, but through the middle in two ways, the particular affirmative again through the first and through the last, in one way through the first figure, but in three ways through the last. Lastly, the particular negative is proved in all the figures, but in the first in one way, in the middle in two ways, and in the last in three ways. Hence it appears most difficult to construct an universal affirmative, but most easy to subvert it. In short, universals are easier to subvert than particulars, because the former are subverted, whether a thing is present with nothing, or is not with a certain thing, of which the one, namely, the not being with a certain thing, is proved in all the figures, and the other, the being with nothing, is proved in two. The same mode also prevails in the case of negatives, for the original proposition is subverted, whether a thing is with every, or with a certain individual. Now this was in two figures. In particular problems there is one way of confutation, either by showing a thing to be with every, or with no individual, and particular problems are easier of construction, for they are in more figures, and through more modes. In short, we ought not to forget that it is possible to confute universal mutually through particular problems, and these through universal, yet we cannot construct universal through particular, but the latter may be through the former. At the same time, that it is easier to subvert than to construct is plain. In what manner then every syllogism arises, through how many terms and premises, how they subsist with reference to each other, also what sort of problem may be proved in each figure, and what in many and in fewer modes may be gathered from what has been said. Chapter 27. Of the invention and construction of syllogisms. We must now describe how we may always obtain a provision of syllogisms for a proposed question, and in what way we may assume principles about each, for perhaps it is not only requisite to consider the production of syllogisms, but also to possess the power of forming them. Of all beings then, some are of such a nature as not to be truly predicated universally of anything else, as Cleon and Callias, that which is singular, and that which is sensible, but others are predicated of these, for each of these is man and animal. Some again are predicated of others, but others not previously of these. Lastly, there are some which are themselves predicated of others, and others of them, as man is predicated of Callias, and animal of man. That some things therefore are naturally adapted to be predicated of nothing is clear, for of sensibles each is almost of such a sort as not to be predicated of anything except accidentally, for we sometimes say that that white thing is Socrates, and that the object approaching is Callias, but that we must stop somewhere in our upward progression we will again show, for the present let this be admitted. Of these things then we cannot point out another predicate, except according to opinion, but these may be predicated of others, nor can singulars be predicated of others, but others of them. It appears, however, that those which are intermediate are capable in both ways of demonstration, for they may be predicated of others, and others of them, and arguments and speculations are almost all conversant with these. Still it is requisite to assume the propositions about each thing thus: in the first place the subject, by hypothesis, the definitions and such peculiarities as exist of the thing. Next, whatever things are consequent to the thing, and which the thing follows. Lastly, such as cannot be in it. Those, however, which it cannot be in are not to be assumed, because of the conversion of the negative. We must also distinguish in the consequence what things belong to "what a thing is," what are predicated as properties, and what as accidents. Also of these, those which are predicated according to opinion, and those according to truth, for the greater number any one has of these, the quicker will he light upon a conclusion, and the more true they are, the more will he demonstrate. We must too select not those which are consequent to a certain one, but those which follow the whole thing, e.g. not what follows a certain man, but what follows every man. For a syllogism consists of universal propositions. If therefore a proposition is indefinite, it is doubtful whether it is universal, but when it is definite, this is manifest. So also we must select those things the whole of which a thing follows, for the reason given above, but the whole consequent itself need not be assumed to follow. I say, for instance, it must not be assumed that every "animal" is consequent to "man," or every "science" to music, but only that they are simply consequent, as we set forth. For the other is useless and impossible, as that "every man" is "every animal," or that "justice is every thing good." To whatever subject a consequent is attached, the sign "every" is added. When however the subject is comprehended by a certain thing, the consequence of which we must assume, those which follow, or which do not follow the universal, we are not to select in these, for they were assumed in those, since whatever are consequent to "animal," are also consequent to "man," and as to whatever things are not absolutely present with, in like manner. But the properties of each thing must be taken, for there are certain properties in species not common to genus, since it is necessary that certain properties should be in different species, nor are we to select those in regard to the universal, which the thing comprehended follows, as those which "man" follows ought not to be assumed to "animal," for it is necessary, if animal follows man, that it follows all these, but these more properly belong to the selection of the antecedents of "man." We must also assume those which are generally consequent and antecedent, for of general problems the syllogism also is from propositions, all or some of which are general, as the conclusion of each syllogism resembles its principles. Lastly, we are not to select things consequent to all, since there will not be composed a syllogism from them, on account of a reason which will appear from what follows. Chapter 28. Special Rules upon the same subject. Those therefore who desire to confirm anything of a certain universal should look to the subject matter of what is confirmed, in respect of which it happens to be predicated, but of whatever ought to be predicated, of this he should examine the consequence, for if one of these happens to be the same, one must necessarily be in the other. But if it is to be proved that a thing is not present universally, but particularly, he must examine those which each follows, for if any of these is the same, to be particularly present is necessary, but when the presence with nothing is necessary, as to what it need not be present with, we must look to those which cannot be present with it, or on the contrary, as regards that, with which it is necessary not to be present, we must look to those which cannot be with it, but as to what ought not to be present, to the consequence. For whichever of these are identical, it will happen that the one is in no other, since sometimes a syllogism arises in the first, and at other times in the middle figure. If however the particular non inesse is to be proved, that with which it ought not to be present, and those which it follows, are to be looked to, but of that which ought not to be present, those must be considered, which it is impossible can be in it, for if any of these be identical, the particular non-inesse is necessary. What has been said, however, will perhaps be more clear thus: let the consequence to A be B, but let those to which it is consequent be C, those again which cannot be in it, D. Again, let the things present with E be F, and those to which it is consequent, G. Lastly, those which cannot be in it, H. Now, if a certain C and a certain F are identical, it is necessary that A should be with every E, for F is present with every E, and A with every C, so that A is with every E. But if C and G are identical, A must necessarily be with a certain E, for A follows every C, and E every G. If, however, F and D are identical, A will be with no E from a prosyllogism, for since a negative is convertible, and F is identical with D, A will be with no F, but F is with every E. Again, if B and H are the same, A will be with no E, for B is with every A, but with no E, for it was the same as H, and H was with no E. If D and G are identical, A will not be with a certain E, for A will not be with G, since it is not present with D, but G is under E, so that neither will it be with a certain E. Moreover, if B is identical with G, there will be an inverse syllogism, for G will be with every A, since B is with A, and E with B, for B is the same as G. Still, it is not necessary that A should be with every E, but it is necessary that it be with a certain E, because an universal predication may be converted into a particular one. Wherefore we must evidently regard what has been mentioned as to each part of every problem, since all syllogisms are from these, but in consequence, and the antecedents of each thing, we must look to first elements, and to those which are for the most part universal, as in the case of E, we must look more to K, F, than only to F, but in the case of A, more to K, C, than to C only, for if A is present with K, C, it is also present with F, and with E, but if it is not consequent to this, yet it may be consequent to F. In like manner, we must examine those which the thing itself is consequent to, for if it follows the primary, it also does those which are included under them, and if it does not follow these, yet it may those which are arranged under them. Speculation then plainly consists of 3 terms and 2 propositions, and all syllogisms are through the above mentioned figures, for A is shown present with every E, when of C and F something identical may be assumed. Now this will be the middle term, and A and E the extremes, and there is the first figure, but presence with a certain thing is shown when C and G are assumed identical, and this is the last figure, for G becomes the middle. Again, presence with none, when D and F are identical, but thus also the first figure and the middle are produced. The first because A is with no F, since a negative is converted, but F is with every E, and the middle because D is with no A, but with every E. Not to be present also with a certain one is shown when D and G are the same, and this is the last figure, for A will be with no G, and E with every G, wherefore all syllogisms are evidently through the above named figures, and we must not select those which are consequent to all, because no syllogism arises from them, as in short we cannot construct from consequence, nor deduce a negative through an universal consequent, for it must be in one and not in the other. That other modes of speculation also as regards selection are useless for the construction of syllogism is apparent. For instance, if the consequents to each are identical, or if those which A the predicate follows, and which cannot be with E the subject, or again those which cannot concur to be with either, for no syllogism arises through these. If then the consequents are identical, as B and F, the middle figure is produced, having both premises affirmative, but if those which A follows, and which cannot be with E, as C and H, there will be the first figure, having the minor premise negative. Again, if those are identical which cannot be with either, as D and H, both propositions will be negative, either in the first or in the middle figure. Thus, however, there will by no means be a syllogism. We see moreover that we must assume in speculation things identical, and not what are different, or contrary. First, because our inspection is for the sake of the middle, and we must take as a middle not what is different, but what is identical. Next, in whatever a syllogism happens to be produced from the assumptions of contraries, or of those things which cannot be with the same, all are reduced to the before named modes, as if B and F are contraries, or cannot be with the same thing. If these are assumed, there will be a syllogism that A is with no E. This, however, does not result from them, but from the above named mode, for B is with every A, and with no E, so that B must necessarily be identical with a certain H. Again, if B and G do not concur to be with the same thing, it will follow that A will not be with a certain E, and so there will be the middle figure, for B is with every A, and with no G, so that B must necessarily be identical with some H, for the impossibility of B and G being in the same thing does not differ from B being the same as a certain H, since everything is assumed which cannot be with E. From these observations then it is shown that no syllogism arises, but if B and F are contraries, B must necessarily be identical with a certain H, and a syllogism arises through these. Nevertheless, it occurs to persons thus inspecting that they look to a different way than the necessary, from the identity of B and H escaping them. Chapter 29. The same method applied to other than categorical syllogisms. Syllogisms which lead to the impossible subsist in the same manner as ostensive, for these also arise through consequence, and those antecedents which each follows, and the inspection is the same in both, for what is ostensively demonstrated may be also syllogistically inferred per impossible, and through the same terms, and what is demonstrated per impossible may be also proved ostensively, as that A is with no E. For let it be supposed to be with a certain E, therefore, since B is with every A, and A with a certain E, B also will be with a certain E, but it was present with none. Again, it may be shown that A is with a certain E, for if A is with no E, but E is with every H, A will be with no H, but it was supposed to be with every H. It will happen the same in other problems, for always and in all things demonstration per impossible will be from consequence, and from those which each follows. In every problem also there is the same consideration, whether a man wishes to syllogize ostensively, or to lead to the impossible, since both demonstrations are from the same terms, as for example, if A were shown to be with no E, because B happens to be with a certain E, which is impossible. If it is assumed that B is with no E, but with every A, it is evident that A will be with no E. Again, if it is ostensively collected that A is with no E, to those who suppose that it is with a certain E, it may be shown per impossible to be with no E. The like will also occur in other cases, for in all we must assume some common term different from the subject terms to which there will appertain a syllogism of the false, so that this proposition being converted, but the other remaining the same, there will be an ostensive syllogism through the same terms. But an ostensive syllogism differs from that per impossible, because in the ostensive both premises are laid down according to truth, but in that which leads to the impossible, one is laid down falsely. These things, however, will more fully appear by what follows, when we come to speak of the impossible. For the present, let so much be manifest to us, that both he who wishes to syllogize ostensively and per impossible must observe these things. In other syllogisms, indeed, which are hypothetical, such as those which are according to transumption, or according to quality, the consideration will be in the subject terms, not in the original ones, but in those taken afterwards, but the mode of inspection will be the same. But it is necessary also to consider and distinguish in how many ways hypothetical syllogisms arise. Each problem then is demonstrated thus, and some of them we may infer syllogistically after another method. For example, universals by an hypothetical inspection of particulars, for if C and H are the same, and if E is assumed to be with H alone, A will be with every E, and again if D and H are the same, and E is predicated of H alone, it may be shown that A is with no E. Wherefore the inspection must clearly be in this way after the same manner, both in the necessary and contingent, for the consideration is the same, and the syllogism, both of the contingent and the absolute, will be through terms the same in order. In the contingent, however, we may assume things which are not with, but which may be, for it has been shown that by these a contingent syllogism is produced, and the reasoning is similar in the case of the other predications. From what has been said then, it appears not only that it is allowable for all syllogisms to be formed in this, but that they cannot be formed in any other way. For every syllogism has been shown to originate through some one of the before named figures, and these may not be constituted through any other than the consequence and antecedents of a thing, for from these are the premises and assumption of the middle, so that it is not admissible that a syllogism should be produced through other things. Chapter 30. The preceding method of demonstration applicable to all problems. The way then of proceeding in all problems, both in philosophy and in every art and discipline, is the same, for we must collect about each of them those things which are with, and the subjects which they are with, and be provided with as many as possible of these, considering them also through three terms, in one way subverting, but in another constructing, according to truth, we reason from those which are truly described to be inherent, but as regards dialectic syllogisms, we must reason from probable propositions. Now the principles of universal syllogisms have been mentioned, how they subsist, and how we must investigate them, that we may not direct our attention to every thing which is said, nor to constructing and subverting the same things, nor both constructing universally or particularly, nor subverting wholly or partially, but look to things fewer and definite. As to each, however, we must make a selection, as of good or of science. The peculiar principles indeed in every science are many. Hence it is the province of experience to deliver the principles of every thing. For instance, I say that astrological experience gives the principles of astrological science, for from phenomena being sufficiently assumed, astrological demonstrations have thus been invented. So also is it in every other art and science. Wherefore, if things are assumed which exist in individuals, it is now our duty readily to exhibit demonstrations, for if as regards history nothing is omitted of what is truly present with things, we shall be able about everything of which there is demonstration to discover and demonstrate this, and to make that clear which is naturally incapable of demonstration. Universally then, we have nearly shown how propositions ought to be selected, but we have discussed this accurately in the treatise on dialectic. End of chapter 30. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 31 of Book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle. Translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 31. Upon division and its imperfection as to demonstration. That the division through genera is but a certain small portion of the method specified, it is easy to perceive. For division is, as it were, a weak syllogism, since it begs what it ought to demonstrate, and always infers something of prior matter. Now this has first escaped the notice of all those who use it, and they endeavour to show that demonstration about essence and the very nature of a thing is possible, so that they neither perceive that those who divide happen to syllogize, nor that it is possible in the manner we have said. In demonstrations, therefore, when it is requisite to infer absolute presence, the middle term by which the syllogism is produced must always be less, and must not be universally predicated of the first extreme, but on the contrary, division takes the universal for the middle term. For let animal be A, mortal B, immortal C, and man of whom we ought to assume the definition D. Every animal then comprehends either mortal or immortal, but this is that the whole of whatever may be A is either B or C. Again, he who divides man admits that he is animal, so that he assumes A to be predicated of D. Hence the syllogism is that every D is either B or C, wherefore it is necessary for man to be either mortal or immortal, yet it is not necessary that animal should be mortal, but this is desired to be granted, which was the very thing which ought to have been syllogistically inferred. Example 1. Every animal is either mortal or immortal. Every man is an animal, therefore every man is either mortal or immortal. Again, taking A for mortal animal, B for pedestrian, C without feet, and D for man, in the same manner it assumes A to be either with B or C, for every mortal animal is either pedestrian or without feet, and that A is predicated of D, for it has assumed that man is a mortal animal, so that it is necessary that man should be either a pedestrian animal or without feet, but that he is pedestrian is not necessary, but they assume it, and this again is what they ought to have proved. Example 2. Every mortal animal is pedestrian or without feet. Every man is a mortal animal. Therefore every man is pedestrian or without feet. After this manner it always happens to those who divide, namely, that they assume an universal middle, and what they ought to show, and the differences as extremes. In the last place, they assert nothing clearly, as that it is necessary that this be a man, or that the question necessarily is whatever it may be, but they pursue every other way, not apprehending the available supplies. It is clear, however, that by this method we can neither subvert nor syllogistically infer anything of accident, or property, or genus, or of those things of which we are a priori ignorant as to how they subsist, as whether the diameter of a square be incommensurable. For if it assumes every length to be either commensurable or incommensurable, but the diameter of a square is a length, it will infer that the diameter is either incommensurable or commensurable, and if it assumes that it is incommensurate, it will assume what it ought to prove, wherefore that we cannot show, for this is the way, and by this we cannot do it. Let however the incommensurable or commensurable be A, length B, and diameter C. Example 3. Every length is or is not commensurable. Every diameter is a length. Therefore every diameter is or is not commensurable. It is clear then that this mode of inquiry does not suit every speculation, neither is useful in those to which it especially appears appropriate, wherefore from what sources and how demonstrations arise, and what we must regard in every problem, appear from what has been said. Chapter 32. Reduction of syllogisms to the above figures. How then we may reduce syllogisms to the above named figures must next be told, for this is the remainder of the speculation, since if we have noticed the production of syllogisms, and have the power of inventing them, if moreover we analyze them when formed into the before named figures, our original design will have been completed. At the same time, what has before been said will happen to be confirmed, and be more evident that they are thus from what shall now be said, for every truth must necessarily agree with itself in every respect. First then, we must endeavour to select the two propositions of a syllogism, for it is easier to divide into greater than into less parts, and composites are greater than the things of which they are composed. Next we must consider whether it is in a whole or in a part, and if both propositions should not be assumed, oneself placing one of them, for those who propose the universal do not receive the other which is contained in it, neither when they write, nor when they interrogate, or propose these, but omit those by which these are concluded, and question other things to no purpose. Therefore we must consider whether anything superfluous has been assumed, and anything necessary omitted, and one thing is to be laid down, and another to be removed, until we arrive at two propositions, for without these we cannot reduce the sentences which are thus the subjects of question. Now in some it is easy to see what is deficient, but others escape us, and seem to be syllogisms, because something necessarily happens from the things laid down, as if it should be assumed that essence not being subverted, essence is not subverted, but those things being subverted of which a thing consists, what is composed of these is subverted also, for from these positions it is necessary that a part of essence should be essence, yet this is not concluded through the assumptions, but the propositions are wanting. Again, if because man exists it is necessary that animal should be, and animal existing that there should be essence, then because man exists, essence must necessarily be, but this is not yet syllogistically inferred, for the propositions do not subsist as we have said they should, but we are deceived in such, because something necessary happens from the things laid down, and because also a syllogism is something necessary. The necessary, however, is more extensive than the syllogism, for every syllogism is necessary, but not everything necessary is a syllogism, so that if anything occurs from certain positions, we must not immediately endeavour to reduce, but first assume two propositions, then we must divide them into terms. In this manner, that term we must place as the middle, which is said to be in both propositions, for the middle must necessarily exist in both, in all the figures. If then the middle predicates, and is predicated of, or if it indeed predicates, but another thing is denied of it, there will be the first figure, but if it predicates, and is denied by something, there will be the middle figure, and if other things are predicated of it, and one thing is denied, but another is predicated, there will be the last figure, thus the middle subsists in each figure. In a similar manner also, if the propositions should not be universal, for the determination of the middle is the same, wherefore it is evident that in discourse, where the same thing is not asserted more than once, a syllogism does not subsist, since the middle is not assumed. As, however, we know what kind of problem is deduced in each figure, in what the universal, and in what the particular, it is clear that we must not regard all the figures, but that one which is appropriate to each problem, and whatever things are deduced in many figures, we may ascertain the figure of by the position of the middle. Chapter 33. On Error arising from the quantity of propositions. It frequently happens then that we are deceived about syllogisms on account of the necessary conclusion, as we have before observed, and sometimes by the resemblance in the position of the terms, which ought not to have escaped us. Thus if A is predicated of B, and B of C, there would appear a syllogism from such terms, yet neither is anything necessary produced, nor a syllogism, for let A be that which always is, B Aristomenes, the object of intellect, and C Aristomenes. It is true then that A is with B, for Aristomenes is always the object of intellect, but B is also with C, for Aristomenes is Aristomenes the object of intellect, but A is not with C, for Aristomenes is corruptible, neither would a syllogism be formed from terms thus placed, but the universal proposition, A, B must be assumed, but this is false. To think that every Aristomenes who is the object of intellect always exists, when Aristomenes is corruptible. Again, let C be Micolus, B Micolus the musician, A to die tomorrow. B therefore is truly predicated of C, since Micolus is Micolus the musician, and A is truly predicated of B, for Micolus the musician may die tomorrow. But A is falsely predicated of C. This case therefore is the same with the preceding, for it is not universally true that Micolus the musician will die tomorrow, and if this is not assumed, there would be no syllogism. This deception arises therefore from a small matter, since we concede as if there were no difference between saying that this thing is present with that, and this present with every individual of that. Chapter 34. Error arising from inaccurate exposition of terms. Deception will frequently occur from the terms of the proposition being improperly expounded, as if A should be health, B disease, and C man, for it is true to say that A cannot be with any B, for health is with no disease, and again that B is with every C, for every man is susceptible of disease, whence it would appear to result that health can be with no man. Now the reason of this is, that the terms are not rightly set out in expression, since those words which are significant of habits being changed, there will not be a syllogism, as if the word well were taken instead of health, and the word ill instead of disease, since it is not true to say that to be well cannot be present with him that is ill. Now, this not being assumed, there is no syllogism except of the contingent, which indeed is not impossible, for health may happen to be with no man. Again, in the middle figure there will likewise be a falsity, for health happens to be with no disease, but may happen to be with every man, so that disease shall be with no man. In the third figure, however, falsity occurs by the contingent, for it is possible that health and disease, science and ignorance, in short contraries, shall be with the same individual, but it is impossible that they should be present with each other. This however differs from the preceding observations, since when many things happen to be present with the same individual, they also happen to be so with each other. Evidently then in all these cases deception arises from the setting forth of the terms, as if those are changed which relate to the habits, there is no falsity, and it is therefore apparent that in such propositions what relates to habit must always be exchanged and placed for a term instead of habit. Chapter 35. Middle not always to be assumed as a particular, definite thing. It is not always necessary to seek to expound the terms by a name, since there will oftentimes be sentences to which no name is attached, wherefore it is difficult to reduce syllogisms of this kind, but we shall sometimes happen to be deceived by such a search, for example, because a syllogism is of things immediate, for let A be two right angles, B a triangle, C an isosceles triangle. A then is with C through B, but no longer with B through anything else, for a triangle has of itself two right angles, so that there will not be a middle of the proposition A B, which is demonstrable. The middle then must clearly not thus be always assumed, as if it were a particular definite thing, but sometimes a sentence which happens to be the case in the instance adduced. Chapter 36. On the arrangement of terms according to nominal appellation, and of propositions according to case. For the first to be in the middle, and the latter in the extreme, it is unnecessary to assume as if they were always predicated of each other, or in like manner, the first of the middle, and this in the last, and also likewise in the case of non-inesse, still in so many ways as to be is predicated, and anything is truly asserted, it is requisite to consider that we signify the inesse as that of contraries, there is one science. For let A be there is one science, and B things contrary to each other. A then is present with B, not as if contraries are one science, but because it is true in respect of them to say that there is one science of them. It sometimes occurs indeed that the first is predicated of the middle, but the middle not of the third, as if wisdom is science, but wisdom is of good. The conclusion is that science is of good, hence good is not wisdom, but wisdom is science. Sometimes again the middle is predicated of the third, but the first not of the middle, e.g. if there is a science of every quality or contrary, but good is a contrary and a quality, the conclusion then is that there is a science of good, yet neither good, nor quality, nor contrary is science, but good is these. Sometimes again, neither the first is predicated of the middle, nor this of the third, the first indeed being sometimes predicated of the third, and sometimes not. For instance, of whatever there is science, there is genus, but there is science of good. The conclusion is that there is a genus of good, yet none of these is predicated of any. If, nevertheless, of what there is science, this is genus, but there is a science of good, the conclusion is that good is genus, hence the first is predicated of the extreme, but there is no predication of each other. In the case of the non-inesse, there must be the same manner of assumption, for this thing not being present with this, does not always signify that this is not this, but sometimes that this is not of this, or that this is not with this, as there is not a motion of motion, or generation of generation, but there is a motion and generation of pleasure. Pleasure therefore is not generation. Again, there is of laughter a sign, but there is not a sign of a sign, so that laughter is not a sign, and similarly in other cases, wherein the problem is subverted from the genus being in some way referred to it. Moreover, occasion is not opportune time, for to the divinity there is occasion, but not opportune time, because there is nothing useful to divinity. We must take as terms occasion, opportune time, and divinity, but the proposition must be assumed according to the case of the noun, since in short, we assert this universally, that we must always place the terms according to the appellations of the nouns, e.g. man, or good, or contraries, not of man, nor of good, nor of contraries, but we must take propositions according to the cases of each word, since they are either to this as the equal, or of this as the double, or this thing as striking, or seeing, or this one as man, animal, or if the noun falls in any other way, according to the proposition. Chapter XXXVII. Rules of reference to the forms of predication. For this thing to be with that, and for one thing to be truly predicated of another, must be assumed in as many ways as the categories are divided. The latter must also be taken either in a certain respect, or simply moreover either as simple, or connected. In a similar manner also with regard to the non-inesse. These however must be better considered and defined. End of chapter 37 of book 1 of Prior Analytics. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 38 of book 1 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 38 of Propositional Iteration and the addition to a predicate. Whatever is reiterated in the propositions must be annexed to the major and not to the middle term. I mean, for instance, if there should be a syllogism, that there is a science of justice, because it is good, the expression, because it is good, or, in that it is good, must be joined to the major. For let A be, science, that it is good, B, good, and C, justice. A then is truly predicated of B, since of good there is science, that it is good, but B is also true of C, for justice is what is good, thus therefore the solution is made. Example 1. Of good there is science, that it is good. Justice is good. Therefore of justice there is science, that it is good. But if that it is good be added to B, it will not be true, for A will indeed be truly predicated of B, but it will not be true that B is predicated of C, since to predicate of justice, good that it is good, is false, and not intelligible. So also it may be shown that the healthy is an object of science, in that it is good, or that Hercoservice is an object of opinion, quod its nonentity, or that man is corruptible, so far as he is sensible, for in all superpredications we must annex the repetition to the major term. The position of the terms is nevertheless not the same when a thing is syllogistically inferred simply, and when this particular thing, or in a certain respect, or in a certain way. For instance, I mean as when good is shown to be an object of science, and when it is shown to be so because it is good, but if it is shown to be an object of science simply, we must take being as the middle term. Example 2. Every being is an object of science. Good is being, therefore good is an object of science. If it is proved that it may be scientifically known to be good, a certain being must be taken as the middle, for let A be science, that it is a certain being, B a certain being, and C good. To predicate then A of B is true, for there is science of a certain being, that it is a certain being, but B is also predicated of C, because C is a certain being. Therefore A will be predicated of C. Hence there will be science of good, that it is good, for the expression "a certain being" is the sign of peculiar or proper essence. If on the other hand, being is set as the middle, and being simply and not a certain being is added to the extreme, there will not be a syllogism that there is a science of good, that it is good, but that it is being. For example, let A be science that it is being, B being, and C good. Example 3. Of being there is science that it is being, good is being, therefore of good there is science that it is being. In such syllogisms then as are from a part, we must clearly take the terms after this manner. Chapter 39. The simplification of terms in the solution of syllogism. We must also exchange those which have the same import, nouns for nouns, and sentences for sentences, and a noun and a sentence, and always take the noun for the sentence, for thus the exposition of the terms will be easier. For example, if there is no difference in saying that what is supposed is not the genus of what is opined, or that what is opined is not anything which may be supposed, for the signification is the same, instead of the sentence already expressed, we must take what may be supposed and what may be opined as terms. Chapter 40. The definite article to be added according to the nature of the conclusion. Since, however, it is not the same for pleasure to be good and for pleasure to be the good, we must not set the terms alike. But if there is a syllogism that pleasure is the good must be taken as a term, if that it is good, good must be taken, and so of the rest. Chapter 41. On the distinction of certain forms of universal predication. It is neither in fact nor in word the same thing to assert that A is present with every individual with which B is present, and to say that A is present with every individual of what B is present with, since there is nothing to prevent B from being with C, yet not with every C. For instance, let B be beautiful, but C white. If then beautiful is with something white, it is true to say that beauty is present with what is white, yet not perhaps with everything white. If then A is with B, but not with everything of which B is predicated, neither if B is present with every C, nor if it is alone present, it is necessary that A should not only not be present with every C, but that it should not be present at all. But if that of which B is truly predicated with every individual, of this A is present, it will happen that A will be predicated of every individual of which B is predicated of every individual. But if A is predicated of that of which B is universally predicated, there is nothing to prevent B from being present with C, with not every or with no individual of which A is present. Therefore, in three terms it is evident that the assertion that A is predicated of every individual of which B is predicated signifies that of whatever B is predicated of all these A is predicated also, and if B is predicated of every, A will also thus be predicated, but if it is not predicated of every individual, it is not necessary that A should be predicated of every individual. Still we need not imagine that any absurdity will occur from this exposition, for we do not use the expression that this is a particular definite thing, but as a geometrician says that this is a foot in length, is a straight line, and is without breadth, though it is not so, he does not however so use them as if he inferred from these. In a word, that which is not as a whole to a part, and something else in reference to this as a part to a whole, from nothing of these can a demonstrator demonstrate, wherefore neither is there a syllogism, but we use exposition as we do sense, when we address a learner, since we do not use it so, as if it were impossible to be demonstrated without these, as we use propositions from which a syllogism is constructed. Chapter 42. That not all conclusions in the same syllogism are produced through one figure. Let us not forget that all conclusions in the same syllogism are not produced by one figure, but one through this figure and another through that, so that clearly we must make the resolutions in the same manner. But since not every problem is proved in every figure, but arranged in each, it is evident from the conclusion in what figure the inquiry must be made. Chapter 43. Of Arguments against Definition, simplified. With regard, however, to arguments against definition, and by which a particular thing in the definition is attacked, that term must be laid down which is attacked, and not the whole definition, for it will result that we shall be less disturbed by prolixity, e.g. if we are to show that water is humid potable, we must place potable and water as terms. Chapter 44. Of the reduction of hypotheticals and of syllogisms ad impossible. We must not endeavour, moreover, to reduce hypothetical syllogisms, for we cannot reduce them from the things laid down, since they are not proved syllogistically, but are all of them admitted by consent. Thus if a man, supposing that except there is one certain power of contraries, there will neither exist one science of them, it should afterwards be dialectically proved that there is not one power of contraries, for instance, of the wholesome and of the unwholesome, for the same thing will be wholesome and unwholesome at the same time. Here it will be shown that there is not one power of all contraries, but that it is not a science has not been shown. We must yet acknowledge that there is, not however by syllogism, but by hypothesis, wherefore we cannot reduce this, but that we may, viz. That there is not one power, for this perhaps was a syllogism, but that an hypothesis. The same thing happens in the case of syllogisms, which infer a consequence per impossible, since neither can we analyze these, though we may a deduction to the impossible, for it is demonstrated by syllogism, but the other we cannot, for it is concluded from hypothesis. They differ nevertheless from the before named, because we must in them indeed have admitted some thing previously, if we are about to consent, as if, for example, one power of contraries should have been shown, and that there was the same science of them. Now here they admit what they had not allowed previously, on account of the evident falsity, as if the diameter of a square having been admitted commensurable with the side, odd things should be equal to even. Many others also are concluded from hypothesis, which it is requisite to consider, and clearly explain. What then are the differences of these, and in how many ways an hypothetical syllogism is produced, we will show hereafter. At present, let only so much be evident to us, that we cannot resolve such syllogisms into figures, for what reason we have shown. Chapter 45. The reduction of syllogisms from one figure to another. As many problems as are demonstrated in many figures, if they are proved in one syllogism, may be referred to another, e.g. a negative in the first may be referred to the second, and one in the middle to the first, still not all, but some only. This will appear from the following. If A is with no B, but B with every C, A is with no C, thus the first figure arises, but if the negative is converted, there will be the middle, for B will be with no A, and with every C. In the same manner, if the syllogism be not universal, but particular, as if A is with no B, but B is with a certain C, for the negative being converted, there will be the middle figure. Of syllogisms, however, in the middle figure, the universal will be reduced to the first, but only one of the particular. For let A be with no B, but with every C. Then by conversion of the negative there will be the first figure, since B will be with no A, but A with every C. Now if the affirmative be added to B, and the negative to C, we must take C as the first term, since this is with no A, but A is with every B, wherefore C is with no B, neither will B be with any C, for the negative is converted. If however the syllogism be particular, when the negative is added to the major extreme, it will be reduced to the first figure, as if A is with no B, but with a certain C, for by conversion of the negative there will be the first figure, since B is with no A, but A with a certain C. When however the affirmative is joined to the greater extreme, it will not be resolved, as if A is with every B, but not with every C, for the proposition A, B does not admit conversion, nor if it were made would there be a syllogism. Again, not all in the third figure will be resolvable into the first, but all in the first will be into the third, for let A be with every B, but B with a certain C, since then a particular affirmative is convertible, C will be with a certain B, but A was with every B, so that there is the third figure. Also, if the syllogism be negative, there will be the same result, for the particular affirmative is convertible, wherefore A will be with no B, but with a certain C. Of the syllogisms in the last figure, one alone is not resolvable into the first. When the negative is not placed universal, all the rest however are resolved, for let A and B be predicated of every C. C therefore is convertible partially to each extreme, wherefore it is present with a certain B, so that there will be the first figure if A is with every C, but C with a certain B, and if A is with every C, but B with a certain C, the reasoning is the same, for B reciprocates with C, but if B is with every C, and A with a certain C, B must be taken as the first term, for B is with every C, but C with a certain A, so that B is with a certain A, Since, however, the particular is convertible, A will also be with a certain B. If the syllogism be negative, when the terms are universal, we must assume in like manner, for let B be with every C, but A with no C, wherefore C will be with a certain B, but A with no C, so that C will be the middle term. Likewise, if the negative is universal, but the affirmative particular, for A will be with no C, but C with a certain B. If, however, the negative be taken as particular, there will not be a resolution, e.g. if B is with every C, but A not with a certain C. For by conversion of the proposition B, C, both propositions will be partial. It is clear then, that in order mutually to convert these figures, the minor premise must be converted in either figure, for this being transposed, a transition is effected, of syllogisms in the middle figure, one is resolved, and the other is not resolved into the third, for when the universal is negative, there is a resolution, for if A is with no B, but with a certain C, both similarly reciprocate with A, wherefore B is with no A, but C with a certain A, the middle then is A. When however A is with every B, and is not with a certain C, there will not be resolution, since neither proposition after conversion is universal. Syllogisms also of the third figure may be resolved into the middle, when the negative is universal, as if A is with no C, but B is with some, or with every C, for C will be with no A, but will be with a certain B. But if the negative be particular, there will not be a resolution, since a particular negative does not admit conversion. We see then that the same syllogisms are not resolved in these figures, which were not resolved into the first figures, and that when syllogisms are reduced to the first figure, these only are concluded per impossible. How therefore we must reduce syllogisms, and that the figures are mutually resolvable, appears from what has been said. Chapter 46. Of the quality and signification of the definite, and indefinite, and privative. There is some difference in the construction or subversion of a problem, whether we suppose the expressions "not to be this particular thing," and "to be not this particular thing," have the same or different signification, e.g. "not to be white," and "to be not white." Now they do not signify the same thing, neither of the expression "to be white" is the negation "to be not white," but "not to be white." And the reason of this is as follows: the expression "he is able to walk" is similar to "he is able not to walk," the expression "it is white" to "it is not white," and "he knows good" to "he knows what is not good," for these "he knows good" or "he has a knowledge of good" does not at all differ, neither "he is able to walk" and "he has the power of walking," wherefore also the opposites he is not able to walk, and he has not the power of walking, do not differ from each other. If then he has not the power of walking signifies the same as he has the power of not walking, these will be at one and the same time present with the same, for the same person is able to walk and not to walk, and is cognizant of good and of what is not good, but affirmation and negation being opposites are not at the same time present with the same thing. Since therefore it is not the same thing not to know good and to know what is not good, neither is it the same thing to be not good and not to be good, since of things having analogy, if the one is different, the other also differs, neither is it the same to be not equal and not to be equal, for to the one, namely, to that which is not equal, something is subjected, and this is the unequal, but to the other there is nothing subjected, wherefore not every thing is equal or unequal, but every thing is equal or not equal. Besides this expression, it is not white wood, and this not is white wood, are not present together at the same time, for if it is wood not white, it will be wood, but what is not white wood, is not of necessity wood, so that it is clear that of it is good, the negation is not it is not good. If then of every one thing either the affirmation or negation is true, if there is not negation, it is evident that there will in some way be affirmation, but of every affirmation there is negation, and hence of this the negation is it is not good. They have this order indeed with respect to each other. Let to be good be A, not to be good B, to be not good C under B, not to be not good D under A. With every individual then either A or B will be present, and each with nothing which is the same, and C or D with every individual, and with nothing which is the same, and with whatever C is present, B must necessarily be present with every individual, for if it is true to say that a thing is not white, it is also true to say that not it is white, for a thing cannot at one and the same time be white and not white, or be wood not white and be white wood, so that unless there is affirmation, negation will be present. C, however, is not always consequent to B, for in short, what is not wood will not be white wood, on the contrary, with whatever A is present, D also is present with every individual, for either C or D will be present. As however, to be not white, and to be white, cannot possibly co-subsist, D will be present, for of what is white, we may truly say that it is not white, yet A is not predicated of every D, for in short, we cannot truly predicate A of what is not wood, namely to assert that it is white wood, so that D will be true, and A will not be true, namely that it is white wood. it appears also that A and C are present with nothing identical, though B and D may be present with the same. Privatives also subsist similarly to this position with respect to attributes, for let equal be A, not equal B, unequal C, not unequal D. In many things also, with some of which the same thing is present, and not with others, the negative may be similarly true, that not all things are white, or that not each thing is white, but that each thing is not white, or that all things are not white, is false. So also of this affirmation, every animal is white, the negation is not, every animal is not white, for both are false, but this, not every animal is white, since however it is clear that is not white signifies something different from not is white, and that one is affirmation and the other negation, it is also clear that there is not the same mode of demonstrating each. For example, whatever is an animal is not white, or happens not to be white, and that we may truly say, it is not white, for this is to be not white. Still there is the same mode as to it is true to say it is white or not white, for both are demonstrated constructively, through the first figure, since the word true is similarly arranged with is. For of the assertion it is true to say it is white, the negation is not it is true to say it is not white, but it is not true to say it is white. But if it is true to say whatever is a man is a musician, or is not a musician, we must assume that whatever is an animal is either a musician or is not a musician, and it will be demonstrated, but that whatever is a man is not a musician, is shown negatively according to the three modes stated. In short, when A and B are so, as that they cannot be simultaneously in the same thing, but one of them is necessarily present to every individual, and again C and D likewise, but A follows C and does not reciprocate, D will also follow B and will not reciprocate, and A and D may be with the same thing, but B and C cannot. In the first place then, it appears from this that D is consequent to B, for since one of C, D is necessarily present with every individual, but with what B is present, C cannot be, because it introduces with itself A, but A and B cannot consist with the same. D is evidently a consequent. Again, since C does not reciprocate with A, but C or D is present with every, it happens that A and D will be with the same thing, but B and C cannot, because A is consequent to C, for an impossibility results, wherefore it appears plain that neither does B reciprocate with D, because it would happen that A is present together with D. Sometimes also it occurs that we are deceived by such an arrangement of terms, because of our not taking opposites rightly, one of which must necessarily be with every individual, as if A and B cannot be simultaneously with the same, but it is necessary that the one should be with what the other is not, and again C and D in like manner, but A is consequent to every C, for B will happen necessarily to be with that with which D is, which is false, for let the negative of A B, which is F, be assumed, and again the negative of C D, and let it be H. It is necessary then that either A or F should be with every individual, since either affirmation or negation must be present, again also either C or H, for they are affirmation and negation, and A is by hypothesis present with everything with which C is, so that H will also be present with whatever F is. Again, since of F B one is with every individual, and so also one of H D, and H is consequent to F, B will also be consequent to D, for this we know. If then A is consequent to C, B will also follow D, but this is false, since the sequence was the reverse in things so subsisting, for it is not perhaps necessary that either A or F should be with every individual, neither F nor B, for F is not the negative of A, since of good the negation is not good, and it is not good, is not the same with it is neither good nor not good, it is the same also of C D, for the assumed negatives are two. End of chapter 46, and end of book 1 of Prior Analytics. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of book 2 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle. Translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Recapitulation of the conclusions of certain syllogisms. In how many figures, through what kind and number of propositions, also when and how a syllogism is produced, we have therefore now explained. Moreover, what points both the constructor and subverter of a syllogism should regard, as well as how we should investigate a proposed subject after every method. Further, in what manner we should assume the principles of each question. Since, however, some syllogisms are universal, but others particular, all the universal always conclude a greater number of things, yet of the particular, those which are affirmative, many things, but the negative, one conclusion only. For other propositions are converted, but the negative is not converted, but the conclusion is something of somewhat. Hence, other syllogisms conclude a majority of things. For example, if A is shown to be with every, or with a certain B, B must also necessarily be with a certain A, and if A is shown to be with no B, B will also be with no A, and this is different from the former. If, however, A is not with a certain B, B need not be not present with a certain A, for it possibly may be with every A. This then is the common cause of all syllogisms, both universal and particular. We may however speak differently of universals, for as to whatever things are under the middle, or under the conclusion, of all there will be the same syllogism, if some are placed in the middle, but others in the conclusion. As if A, B is a conclusion through C, it is necessary that A should be predicated of whatever is under B or C. For if D is in the whole of B, but B in the whole of A, D will also be in the whole of A. Again, if E is in the whole of C, and C is in A, E will also be in the whole of A, and in like manner if the syllogism be negative. But in the second figure it will be only possible to form a syllogism of that which is under the conclusion, as if A is with no B, but is with every C, the conclusion will be that B is with no C. If therefore D is under C, it is clear that B is not with it, but that it is not with things under A does not appear by the syllogism, though it will not be with E, if it is under A. But it has been shown by the syllogism that B is with no C, but it was assumed without demonstration that it is not with A, wherefore it does not result by the syllogisms that B is not with E. Nevertheless, in particular syllogisms of things under the conclusion, there is no necessity incident, for a syllogism is not produced when this is assumed as particular, but there will be of all things under the middle, yet not by that syllogism, e.g. if A is with every B, but B with a certain C, there will be no syllogism of what is placed under C, but there will be of what is under B, yet not through the antecedent syllogism. Similarly also in the case of the other figures, for there will be no conclusion of what is under the conclusion, but there will be of the other, yet not through that syllogism. In the same manner as in universals, from an undemonstrated proposition, things under the middle were shown, wherefore either there will not be a conclusion there, or there will be in these also. Chapter 2. On a true conclusion deduced from false premises in the first figure. It is therefore possible that the propositions may be true, through which a syllogism arises, also that they may be false, also that one may be true and the other false, but the conclusion must of necessity be either true or false. From true propositions then we cannot infer a falsity, but from false premises we may infer the truth, except that not the why, but the mere that is inferred, since there is not a syllogism of the why from false premises, and for what reason shall be told hereafter. First then, that we cannot infer the false from true premises appears from this: if when A is, it is necessary that B should be, when B is not, it is necessary that A is not. If therefore A is true, B is necessarily true, or the same thing, A would at one and the same time be and not be, which is impossible. Neither must it be thought, because one term A is taken, that from one certain thing existing, it will happen that something will result from necessity, since this is not possible, for what results from necessity is the conclusion, and the fewest things through which this arises are three terms, but two intervals and propositions. If then it is true that with whatever B is, A also is, and that with whatever C is, B is, it is necessary that with whatever C is, A also is, and this cannot be false, for else the same thing would exist and not exist at the same time. Wherefore A is laid down as one thing, the two propositions being co-assumed. It is the same also in negatives, for we cannot show the false from what are true, but from false propositions we may collect the truth, either when both premises are false, or one only, and this not indifferently, but the minor if it comprehend the whole false, but if the whole is not assumed to be false, the true may be collected from either. Now let A be with the whole of C, but with no B, nor B with C, and this may happen to be the case, as animal is with no stone, nor stone present with any man. If then A is assumed present with every B, and B with every C, A will be with every C, so that from propositions both false, the conclusion will be true, since every man is an animal. Example 1. Every stone is an animal. Every man is a stone. Therefore, every man is an animal. So also a negative conclusion is attained, for neither A may be assumed, nor B present with any C, but let A be with every B, for example, as if, the same terms being taken, man was placed in the middle, for neither animal nor man is with any stone, but animal is with every man. Wherefore, if with what it is present universally, it is assumed to be present with none, but with what it is not present, we assume that it is present with every individual. From both these false premises there will be a true conclusion. Example 2. No man is an animal. Every stone is a man. Therefore, no stone is an animal. The same may be shown if each premise is assumed partly false, but if only one is admitted false, if the major is wholly false, as A, B, there will not be a true conclusion, but if B, C, the minor is wholly false, there will be a true conclusion. Now I mean by a proposition wholly false, that which is contrary to the true, as if that was assumed present with every, which is present with none, or that present with none, which is present with every. For let A be with no B, but B with every C. If then we take the proposition B, C as true, but the whole of A, B as false, and that A is with every B, it is impossible for the conclusion to be true, for it was present with no C, since A was present with none of what B was present with, but B was with every C. Example 3. Every animal is a stone. Every man is an animal. Therefore, every man is a stone. In like manner also the conclusion will be false, if A is with every B, and B with every C, and the proposition B, C is assumed true, but A, B wholly false, and that A is present with no individual with which B is, for A will be with every C, since with whatever B is, A also is, but B is with every C. It is clear then that the major premise being assumed wholly false, whether it be affirmative or negative, but the other premise being true, there is not a true conclusion. If however the whole is not assumed false, there will be. For if A is with every C, but with a certain B, and B is with every C, e.g. animal with every swan, but with a certain whiteness, and whiteness with every swan, if A is assumed present with every B, and B with every C, A will also be truly present with every C, since every swan is an animal. Example 4. Everything white is an animal. Every swan is white. Therefore, every swan is an animal. So also, if A, B be negative, for A concurs with a certain B, but with no C, and B with every C, as animal with something white, but with no snow, and whiteness with all snow. If then A is assumed present with no B, but B with every C, A will be present with no C. Example 5. Nothing white is an animal. All snow is white. Therefore, no snow is an animal. If however the proposition A, B were assumed wholly true, but B, C wholly false, there will be a true syllogism, as nothing prevents A from being with every B, and every C, and yet B with no C, as is the case with species of the same genus, which are not subaltern, for animal concurs both with horse and man, but horse with no man. If therefore A is assumed present with every B, and B with every C, the conclusion will be true, though the whole proposition B, C is false. Example 6. Every horse is an animal. Every man is a horse. Therefore, every man is an animal. It will be the same if the proposition A, B is negative, for it will happen that A will be neither with any B, nor with any C, and that B is with no C, as genus to those species which are from another genus, for animal neither concurs with music, nor with medicine, nor music with medicine. If then A is assumed present with no B, but B with every C, the conclusion will be true. Example 7. No music is an animal. All medicine is music. Therefore, no medicine is an animal. Now, if the proposition B, C is not wholly, but partially false, even thus the conclusion will be true. For nothing prevents A from concurring with the whole of B, and the whole of C, and B with a certain C, as genus with species, and difference. Thus animal is with every man, and with every pedestrian, but man concurs with something, and not with everything pedestrian. If then A is assumed present with every B, and B with every C, A will also be present with every C. Example 8. Every man is an animal. Every pedestrian thing is a man. Therefore, every pedestrian thing is an animal. Which will be true? The same will occur if the proposition A, B be negative. For A may happen to be neither with any B, nor with any C, yet B with a certain C, as genus with the species, and difference which are from another genus. Thus animal is neither present with any prudence, nor with anything contemplative, but prudence is with something contemplative. If then A is assumed present with no B, but B with every C, A will be with no C, which will be true. Example 9. No prudence is an animal. All contemplative knowledge is prudence. Therefore, no contemplative knowledge is an animal. In particular syllogisms, however, when the whole of the major premise is false, but the other true, the conclusion may be true. Also when the major A, B is partly false, but B, C, the minor wholly true, and when A, B, the major is true, but the particular false, also when both are false, for there is nothing to prevent A from concurring with no B, but with a certain C, and also to prevent B from being present with a certain C, as animal is with no snow, but is with something white, and snow with something white. If then snow is taken as the middle, and animal as the first term, and if A is assumed present with the whole of B, but B with a certain C, the whole proposition A, B will be false, but B, C true. Also the conclusion will be true. Example 10. All snow is an animal. Something white is snow. Therefore, something white is an animal. It will happen also the same if the proposition A, B is negative, since A may possibly be with the whole of B, and not with a certain C, but B may be with a certain C. Thus animal is with every man, but is not consequent to something white, but man is present with something white. Hence if man be placed as the middle term, and A is assumed present with no B, but B with a certain C, the conclusion will be true, though the whole proposition A, B is false. Example 11. No man is an animal. Something white is a man. Therefore, something white is not an animal. If again the proposition A, B be partly false, the conclusion will be true, for nothing hinders A from concurring with B, and with a certain C, and B from being with a certain C. Thus animal may be with something beautiful, and with something great, and beauty also may be with something great. If then A is taken as present with every B, and B with a certain C, the proposition A, B will be partly false, but B, C will be true, and the conclusion will be true. Example 12. Everything beautiful is an animal. Something great is beautiful. Therefore, something great is an animal. Likewise, if the proposition A, B is negative, for there will be the same terms, and placed in the same manner for demonstration. Example 13. Nothing beautiful is an animal. Something great is beautiful. Therefore, something great is not an animal. Again, if A, B be true, but B, C false, the conclusion will be true, since nothing prevents A from being with the whole of B, and with a certain C, and B from being with no C. Thus animal is with every swan, and with something black, but a swan with nothing black. Hence, if A is assumed present with every B, and B with a certain C, the conclusion will be true, though B, C is false. Example 14. Every swan is an animal. Something black is a swan. Therefore, something black is an animal. Likewise, if the proposition A, B be taken as negative, for A may be with no B, and may not be with a certain C, yet B may be with no C. Thus genus may be present with species, which belongs to another genus, and with an accident to its own species, for animal indeed concurs with no number, and is with something white, but number is with nothing white. If then number be placed as the middle, and A is assumed present with no B, but B with a certain C, A will not be with a certain C, which would be true, and the proposition A, B is true, but B, C false. Example 15. No number is an animal. Something white is number. Therefore, something white is not an animal. Also, if A, B is partly false, and the proposition B, C is also false, the conclusion will be true, for nothing prevents A from being present with a certain B, and also a certain C, but B with no C, as if B should be contrary to C, and both accidents of the same genus, for animal is with a certain white thing, and with a certain black thing, but white is with nothing black. If then A is assumed present with every B, and B with a certain C, the conclusion will be true. Example 16. Everything white is an animal. Something black is white. Therefore, something black is an animal. Likewise, if the proposition A, B is taken negatively, for there are the same terms, and they will be similarly placed for demonstration. Example 17. Nothing white is an animal. Something black is white. Therefore, something black is not an animal. If also both are false, the conclusion will be true, since A may be with no B, but yet with a certain C, but B with no C, as genus with species of another genus, and with an accident of its own species, for animal is with no number, but with something white, and number with nothing white. If then A is assumed present with every B, and B with a certain C, the conclusion indeed will be true, while both the premises will be false. Example 18. Every number is an animal. Something white is number. Therefore, something white is an animal. Likewise, if A, B is negative, for nothing prevents A from being with the whole of B, and from not being with a certain C, and B from being with no C, Thus animal is with every swan, but is not with something black. Swan, however, is with nothing black. Wherefore, if A is assumed present with no B, but B with a certain C, A is not with a certain C, and the conclusion will be true, but the premises false. Example 19. No swan is an animal. Something black is a swan. Therefore, something black is not an animal. End of chapter 2 of book 2 of Prior Analytics. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 3 of book 2 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 3. The same in the middle figure. In the middle figure, it is altogether possible to infer truth from false premises, whether both are assumed wholly false, or one partly, or one true, but the other wholly false, whichever of them is placed false, or whether both are partly false, or one is simply true, but the other partly false, or one is wholly false, but the other partly true, and as well in universal as in particular syllogisms. For if A is with no B, but with every C, as animal is with no stone, but with every horse, if the propositions are placed contrariwise, and A is assumed present with every B, but with no C, from premises wholly false, the conclusion will be true. Example 1. Every stone is an animal. No horse is an animal, therefore no horse is a stone. Likewise, if A is with every B, but with no C, for the syllogism will be the same. Example 2. No horse is an animal. Every stone is an animal, therefore no stone is a horse. Again, if the one is wholly false, but the other wholly true, since nothing prevents A from being with every B and with every C, but B with no C, as genus with species not subaltern, for animal is with every horse, and with every man, and no man is a horse. If then it is assumed to be with every individual of the one, but with none of the other, the one proposition will be wholly false, but the other wholly true, and the conclusion will be true to whichever proposition the negative is added. Example 3. Every horse is an animal. No man is an animal, therefore no man is a horse. No horse is an animal. Every man is an animal, therefore no man is a horse. Also, if the one is partly false, but the other wholly true, for A may possibly be with a certain B, and with every C, but B with no C, as animal is with something white, but with every crow, and whiteness with no crow. If then A is assumed to be present with no B, but with the whole of C, the proposition A, B will be partly false, but A, C wholly true, and the conclusion will be true. Example 4. Nothing white is an animal. Every crow is an animal, therefore no crow is white. Likewise, when the negative is transposed, since the demonstration is by the same terms. Example 5. Every crow is an animal. Nothing white is an animal, therefore nothing white is a crow. Also, if the affirmative premise is partly false, but the negative wholly true, for nothing prevents A being present with a certain B, but not present with the whole of C, and B being present with no C, as animal is with something white, but with no pitch, and whiteness with no pitch. Hence, if A is assumed present with the whole of B, but with no C, A, B is partly false, but A, C wholly true. Also the conclusion will be true. Example 6. Everything white is an animal. No pitch is an animal, therefore no pitch is white. Also, if both propositions are partly false, the conclusion will be true, since A may concur with a certain B, and with a certain C, but B with no C, as animal may be with something white, and with something black, but whiteness with nothing black. If then A is assumed present with every B, but with no C, both premises are partly false, but the conclusion will be true. Example 7. Everything white is an animal. Nothing black is an animal, therefore nothing black is white. Likewise, when the negative is transposed by the same terms. Example 8. Nothing white is an animal. Everything black is an animal, therefore nothing black is white. This is evident also as to particular syllogisms, since nothing hinders A from being with every B, but with a certain C, and B from not being with a certain C, as animal is with every man, and with something white, yet man may not concur with something white. If then A is assumed present with no B, but with a certain C, the universal premise will be wholly false, but the particular true, and the conclusion true. Example 9. No man is an animal. Something white is an animal, therefore something white is not a man. Likewise, if the proposition A, B is taken affirmative, for A may be with no B, and may not be with a certain C, and B not present with a certain C, thus animal is with nothing inanimate, but with something white, and the inanimate will not be present with something white. If then A is assumed present with every B, but not present with a certain C, the universal premise A, B will be wholly false, but A, C true, and the conclusion true. Example 10. Everything inanimate is an animal. Something white is not an animal, therefore something white is not inanimate. Also, if the universal be taken true, but the particular false, since nothing prevents A from being neither consequent to any B, nor to any C, and B from not being with a certain C, as animal is consequent to no number, and to nothing inanimate, and number is not consequent to a certain inanimate thing. If then A is assumed present with no B, but with a certain C, the conclusion will be true, also the universal proposition, but the particular will be false. Example 11. No number is an animal. Something inanimate is an animal. Therefore, something inanimate is not number. Likewise, if the universal proposition be taken affirmatively, since A may be with the whole of B, and with the whole of C, yet B not be consequent to a certain C, as genus to species and difference, for animal is consequent to every man, and to the whole of what is pedestrian, but man is not consequent to every pedestrian. Hence if A is assumed present with the whole of B, but not with a certain C, the universal proposition will be true, but the particular false, and the conclusion true. Example 12. Every man is an animal. Something pedestrian is not an animal. Therefore, something pedestrian is not a man. Moreover, it is evident that from premises both false, there will be a true conclusion, if A happens to be present with the whole of B, and of C, but B to be not consequent to a certain C, for if A is assumed present with no B, but with a certain C, both propositions are false, but the conclusion will be true. In like manner, when the universal premise is affirmative, but the particular negative, since A may follow no B, but every C, and B may not be present with a certain C, as animal is consequent to no science, but to every man, but science to no man. If then A is assumed present with the whole of B, and not consequent to a certain C, the premises will be false, but the conclusion will be true. Example 13. Every science is an animal. A certain man is not an animal. Therefore, a certain man is not science. Chapter 4. Similar observations upon a true conclusion from false premises in the third figure. There will also be a conclusion from false premises in the last figure, as well when both are false, and either partly false, or one wholly true, but the other false, or when one is partly false, and the other wholly true, or vice versa, in fact, in as many ways as it is possible to change the propositions, for there is nothing to prevent either A or B being present with any C, but yet A may be with a certain B, thus neither man nor pedestrian is consequent to anything inanimate, yet man consists with something pedestrian. If then A and B are assumed present with every C, the propositions indeed will be wholly false, but the conclusion true. Example 1. Everything inanimate is a man. Everything inanimate is pedestrian. Therefore, something pedestrian is a man. Likewise also, if one premise is negative, but the other affirmative, for B possibly is present with no C, but A with every C, and A may not be with a certain B. Thus blackness consists with no swan, but animal with every swan, and animal is not present with everything black. Hence if B is assumed present with every C, but A with no C, A will not be present with a certain B, and the conclusion will be true, but the premise is false. Example 2. No swan is an animal. Every swan is black. Therefore, something black is not an animal. If, however, each is partly false, there will be a true conclusion, for nothing prevents A and B being present with a certain C, and A with a certain B, as whiteness and beauty are consistent with a certain animal, and whiteness is with something beautiful. If then it is laid down that A and B are with every C, the premises will indeed be partly false, but the conclusion true. Example 3. Every animal is white. Every animal is beautiful. Therefore, something beautiful is white. Likewise, if A, C is taken as negative, for nothing prevents A not consisting with a certain C, but B consisting with a certain C, and A not consisting with every B, as whiteness is not present with a certain animal, but beauty is with some one, and whiteness is not with everything beautiful, so that if A is assumed present with no C, but B with every C, both premises will be partly false, but the conclusion will be true. Example 4. No animal is white. No animal is beautiful. Therefore, something beautiful is not white. Likewise, if one premise be assumed wholly false, but the other wholly true, for both A and B may follow every C, but A not be with a certain B, as animal and whiteness follow every swan, yet animal is not with everything white. These terms therefore being laid down, if B be assumed present with the whole of C, but A not with the whole of it, B, C will be wholly true, and A, C wholly false, and the conclusion will be true. Example 5. No swan is an animal. Every swan is white. Therefore, something white is not an animal. So also if B, C is false, but A, C true. For there are the same terms for demonstration, black, swan, inanimate. Example 6. No swan is black. Every swan is inanimate. Therefore, something inanimate is not black. Also, even if both premises are assumed affirmative, since nothing prevents B following every C, but A not wholly being present with it, also A may be with a certain B, as animal is with every swan, black with no swan, and black with a certain animal. Hence if A and B are assumed present with every C, B, C will be wholly true, but A, C wholly false, and the conclusion will be true. Example 7. Every swan is black. Every swan is an animal. Therefore, some animal is black. Similarly again, if A, C is assumed true, for the demonstration will be through the same terms. Example 8. Every swan is an animal. Every swan is black. Therefore, something black is an animal. Again, if one is wholly true, but the other partly false, since B may be with every C, but A with a certain C, also A with a certain B, as biped is with every man, but beauty not with every man, and beauty with a certain biped. If then A and B are assumed present with the whole of C, the proposition B C is wholly true, but A C partly false, the conclusion will also be true. Example 9. Every man is beautiful. Every man is a biped, therefore some biped is beautiful. Likewise, if A C is assumed true, and B C partly false, for by transposition of the same terms there will be a demonstration. Example 10. Every man is a biped. Every man is beautiful. Something beautiful is a biped. Again, if one is negative and the other affirmative, for since B may possibly be with the whole of C, but A with a certain C, when the terms are thus, A will not be with every B. If B is assumed present with the whole of C, but A with none, the negative is partly false, but the other wholly true, the conclusion will also be true. Moreover, since it has been shown that A being present with no C, but B with a certain C, it is possible that A may not be with a certain B. It is clear that when A C is wholly true, but B C partly false, the conclusion may be true. For if A is assumed present with no C, but B with every C, A C is wholly true, but B C partly false. Nevertheless, it appears that there will be altogether a true conclusion by false premises, in the case also of particular syllogisms, for the same terms must be taken, as when the premises were universal, namely, in affirmative propositions, affirmative terms, but in negative propositions, negative terms, for there is no difference, whether when a thing consists with no individual, we assume it present with every, or being present with a certain one, we assume it present universally, as far as regards the setting out of the terms. The like also happens in negatives. We see then that if the conclusion is false, those things from which the reasoning proceeds must either all or some of them be false, but when it, the conclusion, is true, that there is no necessity, either that a certain thing, or that all things should be true, but that it is possible, when nothing in the syllogism is true, the conclusion should nevertheless be true, yet not of necessity. The reason of this, however, is, that when two things so subsist with relation to each other, that the existence of the one necessarily follows from that of the other, if the one does not exist, neither will the other be, but if it exists, that it is not necessary that the other should be. If, however, the same thing exists, and does not exist, it is impossible that there should of necessity be the same consequent, I mean, as if A, being white, B should necessarily be great, and A not being white, that B is necessarily great, for when this thing, A, being white, it is necessary that this thing, B, should be great, but B, being great, C is not white. If A is white, it is necessary that C should not be white. Also, when there are two things, if one is, the other must necessarily be, but this not existing, it is necessary that A should not be. Thus B not being great, it is impossible that A should be white. But if when A is not white, it is necessary that B should be great, it will necessarily happen that B not being great, B itself is great, which is impossible. For if B is not great, A will not be necessarily white, and if A not being white, B should be great, it results as through three terms, that if B is not great, it is great. Example 11. If A is not white, B is great. If B is not great, A is not white. Therefore, if B is not great, it is great. End of chapter 4 of book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 5 of book 2 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle. Translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 5 of Demonstration in a Circle in the first figure. The demonstration of things in a circle and from each other is by the conclusion, and by taking one proposition converse in predication to conclude the other, which we had taken in a former syllogism, as if it were required to show that A is with every C, we should have proved it through B. Again, if a person should show that A is with B, assuming A present with C, but C with B, and A with B. First, on the contrary, he assumed B present with C. Or if it is necessary to demonstrate that B is with C, if he should have taken A as predicated of C, which was the conclusion, but B to be present with A, for it was first assumed conversely that A was with B. It is not however possible in any other manner to demonstrate them from each other, for whether another middle is taken, there will not be a demonstration in a circle, since nothing is assumed of the same, or whether something of these is assumed, it is necessary that one alone should be taken, for if both, there will be the same conclusion when we need another. In those terms then, which are not converted, a syllogism is produced from one undemonstrated proposition, for we cannot demonstrate by this term that the third is with the middle, or the middle with the first, but in those which are converted we may demonstrate all by each other, as if A, B, and C reciprocate. For A, C can be demonstrated by the middle, B, again A, B, the major through the conclusion and through the proposition B, C, the minor being converted. Likewise also B, C, the minor through the conclusion and the proposition A, B, converted. We must however demonstrate the proposition C, B, and B, A, for we use these alone undemonstrated. If then B is taken as present with every C, and C with every A, there will be a syllogism of B in respect to A. Again, if C is assumed present with every A, and A with every B, it is necessary that C should be present with every B. In both syllogisms indeed, the proposition C, A, is taken undemonstrated, for the others were demonstrated. Wherefore, if we should show this, they will all have been shown by each other. If then C is assumed present with every B, and B with every A, both propositions are taken demonstrated, and C is necessarily present with A. Hence it is clear that in convertible propositions alone, demonstrations may be formed in a circle, and through each other, but in others, as we have said before, it occurs also in these, that we use the same thing demonstrated for the purpose of a demonstration. For C is demonstrated of B, and B of A, assuming C to be predicated of A, but C is demonstrated of A by these propositions, so that we use the conclusion for demonstration. In negative syllogisms, a demonstration through each other is produced thus: let B be with every C, but A present with no B, the conclusion that A is with no C. If then it is again necessary to conclude that A is with no B, which we took before, A will be with no C, but C with every B, for thus the proposition becomes converted. But if it is necessary to conclude that B is with C, the proposition A, B must no longer be similarly converted, for it is the same proposition that B is with no A, and that A is with no B, but we must assume that B is present with every one of which A is present with none. Let A be present with no C, which was the conclusion, but let B be assumed present with every of which A is present with none. Therefore B must necessarily be present with every C, so that each of the assertions, which are three, becomes a conclusion, and this is to demonstrate in a circle, namely, assuming the conclusion and one premise converse to infer the other. Now in particular syllogisms we cannot demonstrate universal proposition through others, but we can the particular, and that we cannot demonstrate universal is evident, for the universal is shown by universals, but the conclusion is not universal, and we must demonstrate from the conclusion, and from the other proposition. Besides, there is no syllogism produced at all when the proposition is converted, since both premises become particular. But we can demonstrate a particular proposition, for let A be demonstrated of a certain C, through B. If then B is taken as present with every A, and the conclusion remains, B will be present with a certain C, for the first figure is produced, and A will be the middle. Example 1. Every B is A. Some C is B. Therefore, some C is A. Nevertheless, if the syllogism is negative, we cannot demonstrate the universal proposition for the reason adduced before, but a particular one cannot be demonstrated if A, B is similarly converted as in universals, but we may show it by assumption, as that A is not present with something, but that B is, since otherwise there is no syllogism from the particular proposition being negative. Chapter 6. Of the same in the second figure. In the second figure we cannot prove the affirmative in this mode, but we may the negative. The affirmative therefore is not demonstrated, because there are not both propositions affirmative, for the conclusion is negative, but the affirmative is demonstrated from propositions both affirmative. The negative however is thus demonstrated. Let A be with every B, but with no C. The conclusion B is with no C. If then B is assumed present with every A, it is necessary that A should be present with no C, for there is the second figure, the middle is B. But if A, B be taken negative, and the other proposition affirmative, there will be the first figure, for C is present with every A, but B with no C, wherefore neither is B present with any A, nor A with B. Through the conclusion then and one proposition, a syllogism is not produced, but when another proposition is assumed, there will be a syllogism. But if the syllogism is not universal, the universal proposition is not demonstrated for the reason we have given before, but the particular is demonstrated when the universal is affirmative. For let A be with every B, but not with every C. The conclusion that B is not with a certain C, if then B is assumed present with every A, but not with every C, A will not be with a certain C, the middle is B. But if the universal is negative, the proposition A, C will not be demonstrated, A, B being converted, for it will happen either that both, or that one proposition will be negative, so that there will not be a syllogism. Still in the same manner there will be a demonstration, as in the case of universals, if A is assumed present with a certain one, with which B is not present. Chapter 7. Of the same in the third figure. In the third figure, when both propositions are assumed universal, we cannot demonstrate reciprocally, for the universal is shown through universals, but the conclusion in this figure is always particular, so that it is clear that in short we cannot demonstrate an universal proposition by this figure. Still if one be universal, and the other particular, there will be at one time and not at another a reciprocal demonstration. When then both propositions are taken affirmative, and the universal belongs to the less extreme, there will be, but when to the other there will not be. For let A be with every C, but B with a certain C, the conclusion A, B. If then C is assumed present with every A, C has been shown to be with a certain B, but B has not been shown to be with a certain C. But it is necessary, if C is with a certain B, that B should be with a certain C. But it is not the same thing, for this to be with that, and that with this, but it must be assumed that if this is present with a certain that, that also is with a certain this, and from this assumption there is no longer a syllogism from the conclusion and the other proposition. If however B is with every C, but A with a certain C, it will be possible to demonstrate A C, when C is assumed present with every B, but A with a certain B. For if C is with every B, but A with a certain B, A must necessarily be with a certain C, the middle is B, and when one is affirmative, but the other negative, and the affirmative universal, the other will be demonstrated, for let B be with every C, but A not be with a certain C, the conclusion is that A is not with a certain B. If then C be assumed besides present with every B, A must necessarily not be with a certain C, the middle is B. But when the negative is universal, the other is not demonstrated, unless, as in former cases, if it should be assumed that the other is present with some individual, of what this is present with none, as if A is with no C, but B with a certain C, the conclusion is that A is not with a certain B. If then C should be assumed present with some individual of that with every one of which A is not present, it is necessary that C should be with a certain B. We cannot however in any other way, converting the universal proposition, demonstrate the other, for there will by no means be a syllogism. It appears then that in the first figure there is a reciprocal demonstration effected through the third, and through the first figure, for when the conclusion is affirmative, it is through the first, but when it is negative, through the last. For it is assumed that with what this is present with none, the other is present with every individual. In the middle figure, however, the syllogism being universal, the demonstration is through it, and through the first figure, and when it is particular, both through it and through the last. In the third, all are through it, but it is also clear that in the third, and in the middle the syllogisms, which are not produced through them, either are not according to a circular demonstration, or are imperfect. Chapter 8. Of conversion of syllogisms in the first figure. Conversion is by transposition of the conclusion to produce a syllogism, either that the major is not with the middle, or this, the middle, is not with the last, the minor term. For it is necessary, when the conclusion is converted, and one proposition remains, that the other should be subverted. For if this proposition will be, the conclusion will also be, but there is a difference whether we convert the conclusion contradictorily or contrarily, for there is not the same syllogism, whichever way the conclusion is converted, and this will appear from what follows. But I mean to be opposed contradictorily between, to every individual, and not to every individual, and to a certain one, and not to a certain one, and contrarily being present with every, and being present with none, and with a certain one, not with a certain one. For let A be demonstrated of C through the middle B. If then A is assumed present with no C, but with every B, B will be with no C, and if A is with no C, but B with every C, A will not be with every B, and not altogether with none, for the universal was not concluded through the last figure. In a word, we cannot subvert universally the major premise by conversion, for it is always subverted through the third figure, but we must assume both propositions to the minor term. Likewise also if the syllogism is negative, for let A be shown through B to be present with no C, wherefore if A is assumed present with every C, but with no B, B will be with no C, and if A and B are with every C, A will be with a certain B, but it was present with none. If however the conclusion is converted contradictorily, the other syllogisms also will be contradictory, and not universal, for one premise is particular, so that the conclusion will be particular. For let the syllogism be affirmative, and be thus converted. Hence if A is not with every C, but with every B, B will not be with every C, and if A is not with every C, but B with every C, A will not be with every B. Likewise, if the syllogism be negative, for if A is with a certain C, but with no B, B will not be with a certain C, and not simply with no C, and if A is with a certain C, and B with every C, as was assumed at first, A will be with a certain B. In particular syllogisms, when the conclusion is converted contradictorily, both propositions are subverted, but when contrarily, neither of them, for it no longer happens, as with universals, that through failure of the conclusion, by conversion, a subversion is produced, since neither can we subvert it at all. For let A be demonstrated of a certain C. If therefore A is assumed present with no C, but B with a certain C, A will not be with a certain B, and if A is with no C, but with every B, B will be with no C, so that both propositions are subverted. If however the conclusion be converted contrarily, neither is subverted, for if A is not with a certain C, but with every B, B will not be with a certain C, but the original proposition is not yet subverted, for it may be present with a certain one, and not present with a certain one. Of the universal proposition A, B, there is not any syllogism at all, for if A is not with a certain C, but is with a certain B, neither premise is universal. So also if the syllogism be negative, for if A should be assumed present with every C, both are subverted, but if with a certain C, neither. The demonstration however is the same. Chapter 9. Of conversion of syllogisms in the second figure. In the second figure, we cannot subvert the major premise contrarily, whichever way the conversion is made, since the conclusion will always be in the third figure, but there was not in this figure an universal syllogism. The other proposition indeed we shall subvert similarly to the conversion. I mean by similarly, if the conversion is made contrarily, we shall subvert it contrarily, but if contradictorily, by contradiction. For let A be with every B, and with no C, the conclusion B, C. If then B is assumed present with every C, and the proposition A, B remains, A will be with every C, for there is the first figure. If however B is with every C, but A with no C, A is not with every B, the last figure. If then B, C, the conclusion, be converted contradictorily, A, B may be demonstrated similarly, and A, C contradictorily. For if B is with a certain C, but A with no C, A will not be present with a certain B. Again, if B is with a certain C, but A with every B, A is with a certain C, so that there is a syllogism produced contradictorily. In like manner it can be shown if the premises are vice versa, but if the syllogism is particular, the conclusion being converted contrarily, neither premise is subverted, as neither was it in the first figure. If however the conclusion is contradictorily converted, both are subverted. For let A be assumed present with no B, but with a certain C, the conclusion B, C. If then B is assumed present with a certain C, and A, B remains, the conclusion will be that A is not present with a certain C, but the original would not be subverted, for it may and may not be present with a certain individual. Again, if B is with a certain C, and A with a certain C, there will not be a syllogism, for neither of the assumed premises is universal, wherefore A, B is not subverted. If however the conversion is made contradictorily, both are subverted, since if B is with every C, but A with no B, A is with no C, it was however present with a certain C. Again, if B is with every C, but A with a certain C, A will be with a certain B, and there is the same demonstration, if the universal proposition be affirmative. End of chapter 9 of book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 10 of book 2 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 10 of the same in the third figure. In the third figure, when the conclusion is converted contrarily, neither premise is subverted according to any of the syllogisms, but when contradictorily, both are in all the modes. For let A be shown to be with a certain B, and let C be taken as the middle, and the premises be universal. If then A is assumed not present with a certain B, but B with every C, there is no syllogism of A and C, nor if A is not present with a certain B, but with every C, will there be a syllogism of B and C. There will also be a similar demonstration, if the premises are not universal, for either both must be particular by conversion, or the universal be joined to the minor, but thus there was not a syllogism, neither in the first nor in the middle figure. If however they are converted contradictorily, both propositions are subverted, for if A is with no B, but B with every C, A will be with no C. Again, if A is with no B, but with every C, B will be with no C. In like manner, if one proposition is not universal, since if A is with no B, but B with a certain C, A will not be with a certain C, but if A is with no B, but with every C, B will be present with no C. So also if the syllogism be negative, for let A be shown not present with a certain B, and let the affirmative proposition be B C, but the negative A C, for thus there was a syllogism. When then the proposition is taken contrary to the conclusion, there will not be a syllogism. For if A were with a certain B, but B with every C, there was not a syllogism of A and C, nor if A were with a certain B, but with no C, was there a syllogism of B and C, so that the propositions are not subverted. When however the contradictory of the conclusion is assumed, they are subverted, for if A is with every B, and B with C, A will be with every C, but it was with none. Again, if A is with every B, but with no C, B will be with no C, but it was with every C. There is a similar demonstration also if the propositions are not universal, for A C becomes universal negative, but the other particular affirmative. If then A is with every B, but B with a certain C, A happens to a certain C, but it was with none. Again, if A is with every B, but with no C, B is with no C, but if A is with a certain B, and B with a certain C, there is no syllogism, nor if A is with a certain B, but with no C, will there thus be a syllogism. Hence in that way, but not in this, the propositions are subverted. From what has been said then, it seems clear how, when the conclusion is converted, a syllogism arises in each figure, both when contrarily and when contradictorily to the proposition, and that in the first figure syllogisms are produced through the middle and the last, and the minor premise is always subverted through the middle figure, but the major by the last figure, in the second figure however, through the first and the last, and the minor premise is always subverted through the first figure, but the major through the last, but in the third figure through the first and through the middle, and the major premise is always subverted through the first, but the minor premise through the middle figure. What therefore conversion is, and how it is effected in each figure, also what syllogism is produced, has been shown. Chapter 11. Of deduction to the impossible in the first figure. A syllogism through the impossible is shown, when the contradiction of the conclusion is laid down, and another proposition is assumed, and it is produced in all the figures, for it is like conversion, except that it differs insomuch as that it is converted indeed, when a syllogism has been made, and both propositions have been assumed, but it is deduced to the impossible, when the opposite is not previously acknowledged, but is manifestly true. Now the term subsists similarly in both, the assumption also of both is the same, as for instance, if A is present with every B, but the middle is C, if A is supposed present with every or with no B, but with every C, which was true, it is necessary that C should be with no or not with every B, but this is impossible, so that the supposition is false, wherefore the opposite is true. It is a similar case with other figures, for whatever are capable of conversion are also capable of the syllogism per impossible. All other problems then are demonstrated through the impossible in all the figures, but the universal affirmative is demonstrated in the middle, and in the third, but is not in the first. For let A be supposed not present with every B, or present with no B, and let the other proposition be assumed from either part, whether C is present with every A, or B with every D, for thus there will be the first figure. If then A is supposed not present with every B, there is no syllogism, from whichever part the proposition is assumed, but if it is supposed that A is present with no B, when the proposition B D is assumed, there will indeed be a syllogism of the false, but the thing proposed is not demonstrated, for if A is with no B, but B with every D, A will be with no D, but let this be impossible, therefore it is false that A is with no B. If however it is false that it is present with no B, it does not follow that it is true that it is present with every B, but if C A is assumed, there is no syllogism, neither when A is supposed not present with every B, so that it is manifest that the being present with every is not demonstrated in the first figure per impossible, but to be present with a certain one, and with none, and not with every, is demonstrated, for let A be supposed present with no B, but let B be assumed to be present with every, or with a certain C, therefore is it necessary that A should be with no, or not with every C, but this is impossible, for let this be true and manifest, that A is with every C, so that if this is false, it is necessary that A should be with a certain B, but if one proposition should be assumed to A, there will not be a syllogism, neither when the contrary to the conclusion is supposed as not to be with a certain one, wherefore it appears that the contradictory must be supposed. Again, let A be supposed present with a certain B, and C assumed present with every A, then it is necessary that C should be with a certain B, but let this be impossible, hence the hypothesis is false, and if this be the case, that A is present with no B is true. In like manner, if C A is assumed negative, if however the proposition be assumed to B, there will not be a syllogism, but if the contrary be supposed, there will be a syllogism, and the impossible demonstration, but what was proposed will not be proved. For let A be supposed present with every B, and let C be assumed present with every A, then it is necessary that C should be with every B, but this is impossible, so that it is false that A is with every B, but it is not yet necessary that if it is not present with every, it is present with no B. The same will happen also if the other proposition is assumed to be, for there will be a syllogism, and the impossible will be proved, but the hypothesis is not subverted, so that the contradictory must be supposed. In order however to prove that A is not present with every B, it must be supposed present with every B, for if A is present with every B, and C with every A, C will be with every B, so that if this impossible, the hypothesis is false. In the same manner, if the other proposition is assumed to be, also if C A is negative in the same way, for thus there is a syllogism, but if the negative be applied to B, there is no demonstration. If however it should be supposed not present with every, but with some one, there is no demonstration that it is not present with every, but that it is present with none. For if A is with a certain B, but C with every A, C will be with a certain B. If then this is impossible, it is false that A is present with a certain B, so that it is true that it is present with none. This however being demonstrated, what is true is subverted besides, for A was present with a certain B, and with a certain one was not present. Moreover, the impossible does not result from the hypothesis, for it would be false, since we cannot conclude the false from the true, but now it is true, for A is with a certain B, so that it must not be supposed present with a certain, but with every B. The like also will occur, if we should show that A is not present with a certain B, since if it is the same thing not to be with a certain individual, and to be not with every, there is the same demonstration of both. It appears then that not the contrary, but the contradictory must be supposed in all syllogisms, for thus there will be a necessary consequence, and a probable axiom. For if of everything affirmation or negation is true, when it is shown that negation is not, affirmation must necessarily be true. Again, except it is admitted that affirmation is true, it is fitting to admit negation, but it is in neither way fitting to admit the contrary, for neither, if the being present with no one is false, is the being present with every one necessarily true, nor is it probable that if the one is false, the other is true. It is palpable therefore, that in the first figure, all other problems are demonstrated through the impossible, but that the universal affirmative is not demonstrated. Chapter 12. Of the same in the second figure. In the middle, however, and last figure, this also is demonstrated, for let A be supposed not present with every B, but let A be supposed present with every C. Therefore, if it is not present with every B, but is with every C, C is not with every B, but this is impossible, for let it be manifest that C is with every B, wherefore what was supposed is false, and the being present with every individual is true. If however the contrary be supposed, there will be a syllogism, and the impossible, yet the proposition is not demonstrated, For if A is present with no B, but with every C, C will be with no B, but this is impossible. Hence that A is with no B is false. Still it does not follow that if this is false, the being present with every B is true. But when A is with a certain B, let A be supposed present with no B, but with every C. Therefore it is necessary that C should be with no B, so that if this is impossible, A must necessarily be present with a certain B. Still, if it is supposed not present with a certain one, there will be the same as in the first figure. Again, let A be supposed present with a certain B, but let it be with no C. It is necessary then that C should not be with a certain B, but it was with every, so that the supposition is false. A then will be with no B. When however A is not with every B, let it be supposed present with every B, but with no C. Therefore it is necessary that C should be with no B, and this is impossible, wherefore it is true that A is not with every B. Evidently then, all syllogisms are produced through the middle figure. Chapter 13. Of the same in the third figure. Through the last figure also it will be concluded in a similar way. For let A be supposed not present with a certain B, but C present with every B. A then is not with a certain C, and if this is impossible, it is false that A is not with a certain B, wherefore that it is present with every B is true. If again it should be supposed present with none, there will be a syllogism, and the impossible, but the proposition is not proved. For if the contrary is supposed, there will be the same as in the former syllogisms. But in order to conclude that it is present with a certain one, this hypothesis must be assumed. For if A is with no B, but C with a certain B, A will not be with every C. If then this is false, it is true that A is with a certain B, but when A is with no B, let it be supposed present with a certain one, and let C be assumed present with every B. Wherefore it is necessary that A should be with a certain C, but it was with no C, so that it is false that A is with a certain B. If however A is supposed present with every B, the proposition is not demonstrated, but in order to its not being present with every, this hypothesis must be taken. For if A is with every B, and C with a certain B, A is with a certain C, but this was not so, hence it is false that it is with every one, and if thus, it is true that it is not with every B, and if it is supposed present with a certain B, there will be the same things as in the syllogisms above mentioned. It appears then that in all syllogisms through the impossible, the contradictory must be supposed, and it is apparent that in the middle figure the affirmative is in a certain way demonstrated, and the universal in the last figure. Chapter 14. Of the difference between the ostensive and the deduction to the impossible. A demonstration to the impossible differs from an ostensive in that it admits what it wishes to subvert, leading to an acknowledged falsehood, but the ostensive commences from confessed theses. Both therefore assume two allowed propositions, but the one assumes those from which the syllogism is formed, and the other one of these, and the contradictory of the conclusion. In the one case also the conclusion need not be known, nor previously assumed that it is, or that it is not, but in the other it is necessary previously to assume that it is not. It is of no consequence, however, whether the conclusion is affirmative or negative, but it will happen the same about both. Now, whatever is concluded ostensively can also be proved per impossible, and what is concluded per impossible may be shown ostensively through the same terms, but not in the same figures. For when the syllogism is in the first figure, the truth will be in the middle, or in the last, the negative indeed in the middle, but the affirmative in the last. When however the syllogism is in the middle figure, the truth will be in the first in all the problems, but when the syllogism is in the last, the truth will be in the first, and in the middle, affirmatives in the first, but negatives in the middle. For let it be demonstrated through the first figure, that A is present with no, or not with every B. The hypothesis then was that A is with a certain B, but C was assumed present with every A, but with no B, for thus there was a syllogism, and also the impossible, but this is the middle figure. If C is with every A, but with no B, and it is evident from these that A is with no B. Likewise, if it has been demonstrated to be not with every, for the hypothesis is that it is with every, but C was assumed present with every A, but not with every B. Also in a similar manner, if C, A, were assumed negative, for thus also there is the middle figure. Again, let A be shown present with a certain B, the hypothesis then is that it is present with none, but B was assumed to be with every C, and A to be with every or with a certain C, for thus the conclusion will be impossible, but this is the last figure. If A and B are with every C. From these then it appears that A must necessarily be with a certain B, and similarly, if B or A is assumed present with a certain C. Again, let it be shown in the middle figure that A is with every B, then the hypothesis was that A is not with every B, but A was assumed present with every C, and C with every B, for thus there will be the impossible, and this is the first figure. If A is with every C, and C with every B. Likewise, if it is demonstrated to be present with a certain one, for the hypothesis was that A was with no B, but A was assumed present with every C, and C with a certain B. But if the syllogism should be negative, the hypothesis was that A is with a certain B, for A was assumed to be with no C, and C with every B, so that there is the first figure. Also, if in like manner the syllogism is not universal, but A is demonstrated not to be with a certain B, for the hypothesis was that A is with every B, but A was assumed present with no C, and C with a certain B, for thus there is the first figure. Again, in the third figure, let A be shown to be with every B. Therefore the hypothesis was that A is not with every B, but C has been assumed to be with every B, and A with every C, for thus there will be the impossible, but this is the first figure. Likewise also, if the demonstration is in a certain thing, for the hypothesis would be that A is with no B, but C has been assumed present with a certain B, and A with every C, but if the syllogism is negative, the hypothesis is that A is with a certain B, but C has been assumed present with no A, but with every B, and this is the middle figure. In like manner also, if the demonstration is not universal, since the hypothesis will be that A is with every B, and C has been assumed present with no A, but with a certain B, and this is the middle figure. It is evident then that we may demonstrate each of the problems through the same terms, both ostensively and through the impossible, and in like manner it will be possible when the syllogisms are ostensive to deduce to the impossible in the assumed terms, when the proposition is taken contradictory to the conclusion, for the same syllogisms arise as those through conversion, so that we have forthwith figures through which each problem will be concluded. It is clear then that every problem is demonstrated by both modes, viz. By the impossible and ostensively, and we cannot possibly separate the one from the other. End of chapter 14 of book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 15 of book 2 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 15 of the method of concluding from opposites in the several figures. In what figure then we may, and in what we may not, syllogize from opposite propositions, will be manifest thus. And I say that opposite propositions are according to diction 4, as for instance, to be present with every is opposed to be present with none, and to be present with every to be present not with every, and to be present with a certain one to be present with no one, and to be present with a certain one to be present not with a certain one. In truth, however, they are three, for to be present with a certain one is opposed to being present not with a certain one, according to expression only. But of these I call such contraries as are universal, viz. The being present with every, and the being present with none, as for instance, that every science is excellent, to no science is excellent, but I call the others contradictories. In the first figure then there is no syllogism from contradictory propositions, neither affirmative nor negative. Not affirmative, because it is necessary that both propositions should be affirmative, but affirmation and negation are contradictories, nor negative, because contradictories affirm and deny the same thing of the same, but the middle in the first figure is not predicated of both extremes, but one thing is denied of it, and it is predicated of another. These propositions, however, are not contradictory. but in the middle figure it is possible to produce a syllogism, both from contradictories and from contraries, for let A be good, but science B and C. If then any one assumed that every science is excellent, and also that no science is, A will be with every B, and with no C, so that B will be with no C. No science therefore is science. Example 1. Every science is excellent. No science is excellent. Therefore, no science is science. It will be the same also, if having assumed that every science is excellent, it should be assumed that medicine is not excellent, for A is with every B, but with no C, so that a certain science will not be science. Example 2. Every science is excellent. No medicine (bracket, a certain science) close bracket, is excellent. Therefore, no medicine (bracket, a certain science) close bracket, is science. Likewise, if A is with every C, but with no B, and B is science, C medicine, A opinion. For assuming that no science is opinion, a person would have assumed a certain science to be opinion. Example 3. No science is opinion. All medicine is opinion. Therefore, no medicine is science. This, however, differs from the former in the conversion of the terms. For before the affirmative was joined to B, but now it is to C. Also in a similar manner, if one premise is not universal, for it is always the middle, which is predicated negatively of the one, and affirmatively of the other. Hence it happens that contradictories are concluded, yet not always, nor entirely, but when those which are under the middle so subsist, as either to be the same, or as a whole to a part, otherwise it is impossible, for the propositions will by no means be either contrary or contradictory. In the third figure, there will never be an affirmative syllogism from opposite propositions, for the reason alleged in the first figure, but there will be a negative, both when the terms are and are not universal. For let science be B and C, and medicine A. If then a person assumes that all medicine is science, and that no medicine is science, he would assume B present with every A, and C with no A, so that a certain science will not be science. Example 4. No medicine is science. All medicine is science. Therefore, a certain science is not science. Likewise, if the proposition A, B is not taken as universal, for if a certain medicine is science, and again no medicine is science, it results that a certain science is not science. Example 5. A certain medicine is not science. All medicine is science. Therefore, a certain science is not science. But the propositions are contrary, the terms being universally taken. If, however, one of them is particular, they are contradictory. We must, however, understand that it is possible thus to assume opposites, as we have said, that every science is good, and again, that no science is good, or that a certain science is not good, which does not usually lie concealed. It is also possible to conclude either of the opposites through other interrogations, or as we have observed in the topics, to assume it. Since however the oppositions of affirmations are three, it results that we may take opposites in 6 ways, either with every and with none, or with every and not with every individual, or with a certain and with no one, and to convert this in the terms. Thus A may be with every B, but with no C, or with every C, and with no B, or with the whole of the one, but not with the whole of the other. And again, we may convert this as to the terms. It will be the same also in the third figure, so that it is clear in how many ways, and in what figures it is possible for a syllogism to arise through opposite propositions. But it is also manifest that we may infer a true conclusion from false premises, as we have observed before, but from opposites we cannot. For a syllogism always arises contrary to the fact, as if a thing is good, the conclusion will be that it is not good, or if it is an animal, that it is not an animal, because the syllogism is from contradiction, and the subject terms are either the same, or the one is a whole, but the other a part. It appears also evident that in paralogisms there is nothing to prevent a contradiction of the hypothesis arising, as if a thing is an odd number, that it is not odd, for from opposite propositions there was a contrary syllogism. If then one assumes such, there will be a contradiction of the hypothesis. We must understand, however, that we cannot so conclude contraries from one syllogism, as that the conclusion may be that what is not good is good, or anything of this kind, unless such a proposition is immediately assumed, as that every animal is white and not white, and that man is an animal. But we must either presume contradiction, as that all science is opinion, and is not opinion, and afterwards assume that medicine is a science indeed, but is no opinion, just as elenchi are produced, or conclude from 2 syllogisms. Wherefore, that the things assumed should really be contrary is impossible in any other way than this, as was before observed. Chapter 16. Of the petitio principii, or begging the question. To beg and assume the original question consists, to take the genus of it, in not demonstrating the proposition, and this happens in many ways, whether a person does not conclude at all, or whether he does so through things more unknown, or equally unknown, or whether he concludes what is prior through what is posterior, for demonstration is from things more creditable and prior. Now of these there is no begging the question from the beginning, but since some things are naturally adapted to be known through themselves, and some through other things, for principles are known through themselves, but what are under principles through other things, when a person endeavours to demonstrate by itself what cannot be known by itself, then he begs the original question. It is possible, however, to do this so as immediately to take the thing proposed for granted, and it is also possible that passing to other things, which are naturally adapted to be demonstrated by that, which was to be investigated, to demonstrate by these the original proposition, as if a person should demonstrate A through B, and B through C, while C was naturally adapted to be proved through A, for it happens that those who thus syllogize prove A by itself. This they do who fancy that they describe parallel lines, for they deceive themselves by assuming such things as they cannot demonstrate unless they are parallel. Hence it occurs to those who thus syllogize to say that each thing is, if it is, and thus everything will be known through itself, which is impossible. If then a man, when it is not proved that A is with C, and likewise with B, begs that A may be admitted present with B, it is not yet evident whether he begs the original proposition, but that he does not prove it is clear. For what is similarly doubtful is not the principle of demonstration. If however B so subsists in reference to C as to be the same, or that they are evidently convertible, or that one is present with the other, then he begs the original question, for that A is with B may be shown through them if they are converted, but now this prevents it, yet not the mode. If however it should do this, it would produce what has been mentioned before, and a conversion would be made through three terms. In like manner, if any one should take B to be present with C, whilst it is equally doubtful if he assumes A also present with C, he does not yet beg the question, but he does not prove it. If however A and B should be the same, or should be converted, or A should follow B, he begs the question from the beginning for the same reason, for what the petitio principii can effect we have shown before, viz. To demonstrate a thing by itself, which is not of itself manifest. If then the petitio principii is to prove by itself what is not of itself manifest, this is not to prove, since both what is demonstrated, and that by which the person demonstrates, are alike dubious, either because the same things are assumed present with the same thing, or the same thing with the same things. In the middle figure, and also in the third, the original question may be the objects of petition, but in the affirmative syllogism, in the third and first figure. Negatively, when the same things are absent from the same, and both propositions are not alike, there is the same result also in the middle figure, because of the non-conversion of the terms in negative syllogisms. A petitio principii, however, occurs in demonstrations as to things which thus exist in truth, but in dialectics as to those which so subsist according to opinion. Chapter 17. A consideration of the syllogism in which it is argued that the false does not happen. Quote, an account of this, that the false does not happen on account of this, which we are accustomed to say frequently in discussion, occurs first in syllogisms leading to the impossible, when a person contradicts that which was demonstrated by a deduction to the impossible, for neither will he who does not contradict assert that it is not false on this account, but that something false was laid down before, nor in the ostensive proof, since he does not lay down a contradiction. Moreover, when anything is ostensively subverted through A, B, C, we cannot say that a syllogism is produced, not on account of what is laid down, for we then say that is not produced on account of this, when this, being subverted, the syllogism is nevertheless completed, which is not the case in ostensive syllogisms, since the thesis, being subverted, the syllogism which belongs to it will no longer subsist. It is evident then that in syllogisms leading to the impossible, the assertion "not on account of this" is made, and when the original hypothesis so subsists in reference to the impossible, as that both when it is, and when it is not, the impossible will nevertheless occur. Hence the clearest mode of the false not subsisting on account of the hypothesis, is when the syllogism leading to the impossible does not conjoin with the hypothesis by its media, as we have observed in the topics, for this is to assume as a cause what is not a cause, as if any one wishing to show that the diameter of a square is incommensurate with its side should endeavour to prove the argument of Zeno, that motion has no existence, and to this should deduce the impossible. For the false is by no means whatever connected with what was stated from the first. There is however another mode, if the impossible should be connected with the hypothesis, yet it does not happen on account of that, for this may occur whether we assume the connection up or down, as if A is placed present with B, B with C, and C with D, but this should be false, that B is with D, for if A being subverted, B is nevertheless with C, and C with D, there will not be the false from the primary hypothesis. Or again, if a person should take the connection upward, as if A should be with B, E with A, and F with E, but it should be false that F is with A, for thus there will be no less the impossible, when the primary hypothesis is subverted. It is necessary, however, to unite the impossible with the terms assumed from the beginning, for thus it will be on account of the hypothesis, as to a person taking the connection downward, it ought to be connected with the affirmative term. For if it is impossible that A should be with D, when A is removed, there will no longer be the false, but the connection being assumed in an upward direction, it should be joined with the subject. For if F cannot be with B, when B is subverted, there will no longer be the impossible. The same also occurs when the syllogisms are negative. It appears then that if the impossible is not connected with the original terms, the false does not happen on account of the thesis, or is it that neither thus will the false occur always on account of the hypothesis? For if A is placed present not with B, but with K, and K with C, and this with D, thus also the impossible remains, and in like manner when we take the terms in an upward direction, so that since the impossible happens, whether this is or this is not, it will not be on account of the position. Or if this is not, the false nevertheless arises, it must not be so assumed, as if the impossible will happen from something else being laid down, but when this being subverted, the same impossible is concluded through the remaining propositions, since perhaps there is no absurdity in inferring the false through several hypotheses, as that parallel lines meet, both whether the internal angle is greater than the external, or whether a triangle has more than two right angles. Chapter 18. Of false reasoning. False reasoning arises from what is primarily false, for every syllogism consists of two or more propositions. If then it consists of two, it is necessary that one or both of these should be false, for there would not be a false syllogism from true propositions. But if of more than two, as if C is proved through A, B, and these through D, E, F, G, some one of the above is false, and on this account the reasoning also, since A and B are concluded through them, hence through some one of them the conclusion and the false occur. Chapter 19. Of the prevention of a catasyllogism. To prevent a syllogistical conclusion being adduced against us, we must observe narrowly, when our opponent questions the argument without conclusions, lest the same thing should be twice granted in the propositions, since we know that a syllogism is not produced without a middle, but the middle is that of which we have frequently spoken. But in what manner it is necessary to observe the middle in regard to each conclusion is clear from our knowing what kind of thing is proved in each figure, and this will not escape us in consequence of knowing how we sustain the argument. Still it is requisite when we argue that we should endeavour to conceal that which we direct the respondent to guard against, and this will be done, first if the conclusions are not pre-syllogized, but are unknown when necessary propositions are assumed, and again, if a person does not question those things which are proximate, but such as are especially immediate. For instance, let it be requisite to conclude A of F, and let the media be B, C, D, E. Therefore, we must question whether A is with B, and again, not whether B is with C, but whether D is with E, and afterwards whether B is with C, and so of the rest. If also the syllogism arises through one middle, we must begin with the middle, for thus especially we may deceive the respondent. End of chapter 19 of book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 20 of book 2 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 20 of the Elenchus. Since, however, we have when, and from what manner of terminal subsistence syllogism is produced, it is also clear when there will and will not be an elenchus, for all things being granted, or the answers being arranged alternately, for instance, the one being negative and the other affirmative, an elenchus may be produced, since there was a syllogism when the terms were as well in this as in that way, so that if what is laid down should be contrary to the conclusion, it is necessary that an elenchus should be produced, for an elenchus is a syllogism of contradiction. If, however, nothing is granted, it is impossible that there should be an elenchus, for there was not a syllogism when all the terms are negative, so that there will neither be an elenchus, for if there is an elenchus, it is necessary there should be a syllogism, but if there is a syllogism, it is not necessary there should be an elenchus. Likewise, if nothing should be universally laid down in the answer, for the determination of the elenchus and of the syllogism will be the same. Chapter 21 of Deception as to Supposition. Sometimes it happens that as we are deceived in the position of the terms, so also deception arises as to opinion. For example, if the same thing happens to be present with many things primary, and a person should be ignorant of one, and think that it is present with nothing, but should know the other, for let A be present with B and with C per se, that is, essentially, and let these in like manner be with every D. If then somebody thinks that A is with every B, and this with every D, but A with no C, and this with every D, he will have knowledge and ignorance of the same thing, as to the same. Again, if one should be deceived about those things which are from the same class, as if A is with B, but this with C, and C with D, and should apprehend A to be with every B, and again with no C, he will at the same time both know and not apprehend its presence. Will he then admit nothing else from these things than that he does not form an opinion on what he knows? For in some way he knows that A is with C through B, just as the particular is known in the universal, so that what he somehow knows, he admits he does not conceive at all, which is impossible. In what, however, we mentioned before, if the middle is not of the same class, it is impossible to conceive both propositions according to each of the media, as if A were with every B, but with no C, and both these with every D. For it happens that the major proposition assumes a contrary, either simply or partially, for if with everything with which B is present, a person thinks A is present, but knows that B is with D, he also will know that A is with D. Hence, if again he thinks that A is with nothing with which C is, he will not think that A is with anything with which B is, but that he who thinks that it is with everything with which B is, should again think that it is not with something with which B is either simply or partially contrary. Thus, however, it is impossible to think, still nothing prevents our assuming one proposition according to each middle, or both according to one, as that A is with every B, and B with D, and again A with no C. For a deception of this kind resembles that by which we are deceived about particulars, as if A is with every B, but B with every C, A will be with every C. If then a man knows that A is with everything with which B is, he knows also that it is with C, still nothing prevents his being ignorant of the existence of C, as if A were two right angles, B a triangle, and C a perceptible triangle. Example 1. Every triangle has angles equal to two right angles, bracket, known, close bracket. This is a triangle, bracket, unknown, close bracket. Therefore, this has angles equal to two right angles, known by universal / unknown by particular knowledge. For a man may think that C does not exist, knowing that every triangle has two equal to right angles, hence he will know and be ignorant of the same thing at once. For to know that every triangle has angles equal to two right is not a simple thing, but in one respect arises from possessing universal science, in another particular science. Thus therefore he knows by universal science that C has angles equal to two right angles, but by particular science he does not know it, so that he will not hold contraries. In like manner is the reasoning in the Meno, that discipline is reminiscence, for it never happens that we have a pre-existent knowledge of particulars, but together with induction receive the science of particulars as it were by recognition. Since some things we immediately know, as that there are angles equal to two right angles, if we know that what we see is a triangle, and in like manner as to other things. By universal knowledge then we observe particulars, but we do not know them by an innate peculiar knowledge, hence we may be deceived about them, yet not after a contrary manner, but while possessing the universal, yet are deceived in the particular. It is the same also as to what we have spoken of, for the deception about the middle is not contrary to science about syllogism, nor the opinion as to each of the middles, still nothing prevents one who knows that A is with the whole of B, and this again with C, thinking that A is not with C, as he who knows that every mule is barren, and that this animal is a mule, may think that this is pregnant, for he does not know that A is with C, from not at the same time surveying each. Hence it is evident that if he knows one of the propositions, but is ignorant of the other, he will be deceived as to how the universal subsists with reference to the particular sciences. For we know nothing of those things which fall under the senses as existent apart from sense, not even if we happen to have perceived it before, unless in so far as we possess universal and peculiar knowledge, and not in that we energize. For to know is predicated triply, either as to the universal, or to the peculiar knowledge, or as to energizing, so that to be deceived is likewise in as many ways. Nothing therefore prevents a man both knowing and being deceived about the same thing, but not in a contrary manner, and this happens also to him, who knows each proposition, yet has not considered before, for thinking that a mule is pregnant, he has not knowledge in energy, nor again on account of opinion has he deception contrary to knowledge, since deception contrary to universal knowledge is syllogism. Notwithstanding, whoever thinks that the very being of good is the very being of evil, will apprehend that there is the same essence of good and of evil, for let the essence of good be A, and the essence of evil B, and again let the essence of good be C. Since then he thinks that B and C are the same, he will also think that C is B, and again in a similar manner that B is A, wherefore that C is A. Example 2. He thinks the essence of evil is the essence of good. He thinks the essence of good is the essence of evil. Therefore, he thinks the essence of good is the essence of good. For just as if it were true that of what C is predicated, B is, and of what B is, A is, it was also true that A is predicated of C. So too in the case of the verb, to opine, in like manner as regards the verb to be, for C and B being the same, and again B and A, C also is the same as A. Likewise, as regards to opine, is then this necessary, if any one should grant the first? But perhaps that is false, that any one should think that the essence of good is the essence of evil, unless accidentally, for we may opine this in many ways, but we must consider it better. Chapter 22. On the conversion of the extremes in the first figure. When the extremes are converted, the middle must necessarily be converted with both, for if A is present with C through B, if it is converted, and C is with whatever A is, B also is converted with A, and with whatever A is present. B also is through the middle C, and C is converted with B through the middle A. The same will occur with negatives, as if B is with C, but A is not with B, neither will A be with C. If then B is converted with A, C also will be converted with A, for let B not be with A, neither then will C be with A, since B was with every C, and if C is converted with B, the latter is also converted with A, for of whatever B is predicated, C also is, and if C is converted with A, B also is converted with A, for with whatever B is present, C also is, but C is not present with what A is. This also alone begins from the conclusion, but the others not similarly, as in the case of an affirmative syllogism. Again, if A and B are converted, and C and D likewise, but A or C must necessarily be present with every individual, B and D also will so subsist, as that one of them will be present with every individual, for since B is present with whatever A is, and D with whatever C is, but A or C with every individual, and not both at the same time, it is evident that B or D is with every individual, and not both of them at the same time, for two syllogisms are conjoined. Again, if A or B is with every individual, and C or D, but they are not present at the same time, if A and C are converted, B also and D are converted, since if B is not present with a certain thing with which D is, it is evident that A is present with it, but if A is, C also will be, for they are converted so that C and D will be present at the same time, but this is impossible, as if what is unbegotten is incorruptible, and what is incorruptible unbegotten, it is necessary that what is begotten should be corruptible, and the corruptible begotten. But when A is present with the whole of B and C, and is predicated of nothing else, and B also is with every C, it is necessary that A and B should be converted, as since A is predicated of B, C alone, but B itself is predicated both of itself and of C, it is evident that of those things of which A is predicated, of all these B will also be predicated, except of A itself. Again, when A and B are with the whole of C, and C is converted with B, it is necessary that A should be with every B, for since A is with every C, but C with B, in consequence of reciprocity, A will also be with every B, but when of two opposites A is preferable to B, and D to C likewise, if A, C are more eligible than B, D, A is preferable to D. In like manner, A should be followed and B avoided, since they are opposites, and C is to be similarly avoided, and D to be pursued, for these are opposed. If then A is similarly eligible with D, B also is similarly to be avoided with C, each opposite to each. In like manner, what is to be avoided to what is to be pursued. Hence both are similar, A, C, with B, D, but because the one are more eligible than the other, they cannot be similarly eligible, for else B, D would be similarly eligible with A, C. If, however, D is preferable to A, B also is less to be avoided than C, for the less is opposed to the less, and the greater good and the less evil are preferable to the less good and the greater evil, wherefore the whole B, D is preferable to A, C. Now, however, this is not the case, hence A is preferable to D, consequently C is less to be avoided than B. If then every lover according to love chooses A, that is to be in such a condition as to be gratified, and C not to be gratified, rather than be gratified, which is D, and yet not be in a condition to be gratified, which is B, it is evident that A, i.e. to be in a condition to be gratified, is preferable to being gratified. To be loved then is preferable according to love to intercourse, wherefore love is rather the cause of affection than of intercourse, but if it is especially the cause of this, this also is the end. Wherefore intercourse either, in short, is not, or is for the sake of affection, since the other desires and arts are thus produced. How therefore terms subsist as to conversion, also in their being more eligible or more to be avoided, has been shown. Chapter 23 of Induction. We must now show that not only dialectic and demonstrative syllogisms are produced through the above named figures, but that rhetorical are also, and in short, every kind of demonstration, and by every method. For we believe all things either through syllogism or from induction. Induction, then, and the inductive syllogism is to prove one extreme in the middle through the other, as if B is the middle of A, C, and we show through C that A is with B, for thus we make inductions. Thus let A be long-lived, B void of bile, C everything long-lived, as man, horse, mule. A then is present with the whole of C, for everything void of bile is long-lived, but B also, or that which is void of bile, is present with every C. If then C is converted with B, and does not exceed the middle, it is necessary that A should be with B, for it has been before shown that when any two things are present with the same thing, and the extreme is convertible with one of them, that the other predicate will also be present with that which is converted. We must however consider C as composed of all singulars, for induction is produced through all. Example 1. Every man, horse, mule is long-lived. Whatever is void of bile is man, horse, mule. Therefore, whatever is void of bile is long-lived. A syllogism of this kind, however, is of the first and immediate proposition, for of those which have a middle, the syllogism is through the middle, but of those where there is not a middle, it is by induction. In some way also induction is opposed to syllogism, for the latter demonstrates the extreme of the third through the middle, but the former the extreme of the middle through the third. To nature therefore the syllogism produced through the middle is prior or more known, but to us that by induction is more evident. Chapter 24. Of Example. Example is when the extreme is shown to be present with the middle through something similar to the third, but it is necessary to know that the middle is with the third, and the first with what is similar. For example, let A be bad, B to make war upon neighbours, C the Athenians against the Thebans, D the Thebans against the Phocians. If then we wish to show that it is bad to war against the Thebans, we must assume that it is bad to war against neighbours, but the demonstration of this is from similars, as that the war by the Thebans against the Phocians was bad. Since then war against neighbours is bad, but that against the Thebans is against neighbours, it is evidently bad to war against the Thebans, so that it is evident that B is with C, and with D, since both are to war against neighbours, and that A is with D, for the war against the Phocians was not advantageous to the Thebans, but that A is with B will be shown through D. In the same manner also, if the demonstration of the middle as to the extreme should be through many similars, wherefore it is evident that example is neither as part to a whole, nor as whole to a part, but as part to part, when both are under the same thing, but one is known. It (example) also differs from induction, because the latter shows from all individuals that the extreme is present with the middle, and does not join the syllogism to the extreme, but the former both joins it and does not demonstrate from all individuals. End of chapter 24 of book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 25 of book 2 of Prior Analytics by Aristotle, translated by Octavius Owen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 25 of Abduction. Abduction is when it is evident the first is present with the middle, but it is not evident that the middle is with the last, though it is similarly credible, or more so than the conclusion. Moreover, if the media of the last and of the middle be few, for it by all means happens that we shall be nearer to knowledge. For instance, let A be what may be taught, B science, C justice. That science then may be taught is clear, but not whether justice is science. If therefore B, C is equally or more credible than A, C, it is abduction, for we are nearer knowledge because of our assuming A, C, not possessing science before. Example 1. Every science may be taught, brackets, known. All justice is science, bracket, equally or more credible than the conclusion, close bracket. Therefore, all justice may be taught, brackets, unknown. Or again, if the media of B, C should be few, for thus we are nearer knowledge, as if D should be to be squared, E a rectilinear figure, and F a circle, then if of E, F there is only one middle, for a circle to become equal to a rectilinear figure through lunula will be a thing near to knowledge. Example 2. Every rectilinear figure may be squared, brackets, known. Every circle may become a rectilinear figure, bracket, proved through one middle, i.e. per unulas, close bracket. Every circle may be squared, bracket, this is proved through many media, close bracket. But when neither B, C is more credible than A, C, nor the media fewer, I do not call this abduction, nor when B, C is immediate, for such a thing is knowledge. Chapter 26 of Objection. Objection is a proposition contrary to a proposition. It differs, however, from a proposition because objection may be partial, but proposition cannot be so at all, or not in universal syllogisms. Objection indeed is advanced in two ways, and by two figures. In two ways, because every objection is either universal or particular, and by two figures, because they are used opposite to the proposition, and opposites are concluded in the first and third figure alone. When then a person requires it to be admitted that anything is present with every individual, we object either that it is with none, or that it is not with a certain one, and of these the being present with none is shown by the first figure, but that it is not with a certain one by the last. For instance, let A be, there is one science, and B contraries. When therefore a person advances that there is one science of contraries, it is objected either that there is not the same science of opposites altogether, but contraries are opposites, so that there is the first figure. Example 1. Proposition: there is one science of contraries. Objection: there is not one science of opposites. Contraries are opposites. Therefore, there is not one science of contraries. Or that there is not one science of the known and of the unknown, and this is the third figure. For of C, that is, of the known, and of the unknown, it is true that they are contraries, but that there is one science of them is false. Example 2. Proposition: there is one science of contraries. Objection: there is not one science of the known and of the unknown. The known and the unknown are contraries. There is not one science of contraries. Again, in like manner, in a negative proposition, for if any one asserts that there is not one science of contraries, we say either that there is the same science of all opposites, or that there is of certain contraries, as of the salubrious and of the noxious. That there is therefore one science of all things is by the first figure, but that there is of certain by the third. In short, in all disputations it is necessary that he who universally objects should apply a contradiction of the propositions to the universal. Example 3. Proposition: therefore, there is not one science of contraries. Objection: there is one science of opposites. Contraries are opposites. Therefore, there is one science of contraries. Proposition the same. Objection: there is one science of the salubrious and noxious. The salubrious and noxious are contraries. Therefore, there is one science of certain contraries. As if some one should assert that there is not the same science of all contraries, the objector should say that there is one of opposites. For thus it is necessary that there should be the first figure, since the middle becomes an universal to that which was proposed at first, but he who objects in part must contradict that which is universal, of which the proposition is stated, as that there is not the same science of the known and the unknown, for the contraries are universal with reference to these. The third figure is also produced, for what is particularly assumed is the middle, for instance, the known and the unknown, as from what we may infer a contrary syllogistically, from the same we endeavour to urge objections. Wherefore we adduce then objections from these figures only, for in these alone opposite syllogisms are constructed, since we cannot conclude affirmatively through the middle figure. Moreover, even if it were possible, yet the objection in the middle figure would require more extensive discussion, as if any one should not admit A to be present with B, because C is not consequent to it. For this is manifest through other propositions. The objection, however, must not be diverted to other things, but should forthwith have the other proposition apparent, wherefore also from this figure alone there is not a sign. We must consider also other objections, as those adduced from the contrary, from the similar, and from what is according to opinion, also whether it is possible to assume a particular objection from the first, or a negative from the middle figure. Chapter 27. Of Likelihood, Sign, and Enthymeme. Likelihood and sign, however, are not the same, but the likely is a probable proposition for what men know to have generally happened, or not, or to be or not to be. This is a likelihood, for instance, that the envious hate, or that lovers love. But a sign seems to be a demonstrative proposition, necessary or probable for that which, when it exists, a thing is, or which when it has happened, before or after a thing has happened, this is a sign of a thing happening, or being. Now an enthymeme is a syllogism from likelihoods, or signs, but a sign is assumed triply, in as many ways as the middle in the figures, for it is either as in the first, or as in the middle, or as in the third, as to show that a woman is pregnant because she has milk is from the first figure, for the middle is to have milk. Let A be to be pregnant, B to have milk, C a woman. Example 1. Whatever woman has milk is pregnant. This woman has milk. Therefore, this woman is pregnant. But that wise men are worthy, for Pittacus is a worthy man, is through the last figure. Let A be worthy, B wise men, C Pittacus. It is true then A and B are predicated of C, except that they do not assert the one because they know it, but the other they assume. Example 2. Pittacus is a worthy man. Pittacus is a wise man. Therefore, wise are worthy men. But that a woman is pregnant because she is pale would be through the middle figure, for since paleness is a consequence of pregnancy, and also attends this woman, they fancy it proved that she is pregnant. Let A be paleness, to be pregnant B, a woman C. Example 3. Whatever woman is pregnant is pale. This woman is pale. Therefore, this woman is pregnant. If then one proposition should be enunciated, there is only a sign, but if the other also be assumed, there is a syllogism, as for instance, that Pittacus is liberal, for the ambitious are liberal, and Pittacus is ambitious, or again, that the wise are good, for Pittacus is good and also wise. Thus therefore syllogisms are produced, except indeed that the one in the first figure is incontrovertible if it be true, for it is universal, but that through the last is controvertible, though the conclusion should be true, because the syllogism is not universal, nor to the purpose, for if Pittacus is worthy, it is not necessary that on this account other wise men also should be worthy. But that which is by the middle figure is always and altogether controvertible, for there is never a syllogism when the terms thus subsist, for it is not necessary, if she who is pregnant be pale, and this woman be pale, that this woman should be pregnant. What is true therefore will be in all the figures, but they have the above named differences. Either therefore the sign must be thus divided, but of these the middle must be assumed, as the proof positive, for the proof positive, they say, is that which produces knowledge, but the middle is especially a thing of this kind, or we must call those from the extremes, signs, but what is from the middle a proof positive, for that is most probable, and for the most part true, which is through the first figure. We may however form a judgment of the disposition by the body, if a person grants that whatever passions are natural change at once the body and the soul, since perhaps one who has learned music has changed his soul in some respect, but this passion is not of those which are natural to us, but such as angers and desires which belong to natural emotions. If therefore this should be granted, and one thing should be a sign of one passion, and we are able to lay hold of the peculiar passion and sign of each genus, we shall be able to conjecture from nature. For if a peculiar passion is inherent in a certain individual genus, as fortitude in lions, it is necessary also that there should be a certain sign, for it is supposed that they, the body and soul, sympathize with each other, and let this be the having great extremities, which also is contingent to other, not whole, genera. For the sign is thus peculiar, because the passion is a peculiarity of the whole genus, and is not the peculiarity of it alone, as we are accustomed to say. The same sign then will also be inherent in another genus, and man will be brave, and some other animal, it will then possess that sign, for there was one sign of one passion. If then these things are so, and we can collect such signs in those animals which have one peculiar passion alone, but each passion has its own sign, since it is necessary that it should have one, we may be able to conjecture the nature from the bodily frame. But if the whole genus have two peculiarities, as a lion has fortitude and liberality, how shall we know which of those signs that are peculiarly consequent is the sign, if either passion? Shall we say that we may know this if both are inherent in something else, but not wholly, and in what each is not inherent wholly, when they have the one, they have not the other? For if a lion is brave, but not generous, but has this from two signs, it is evident that in a lion also this is the sign of fortitude. But to form a judgment of the natural disposition by the bodily frame is for this reason in the first figure, because the middle reciprocates with the major term, but exceeds the third, and does not reciprocate with it, as for instance, let fortitude be A, great extremities B, and C a lion, wherefore B is present with every individual, with which C is, but with others also, and A is with every individual of that with which B is present, and with no more, but is converted, for if it were not, there would not be one sign of one passion. Example 4. Whatever has great extremities is brave. Some man has great extremities, therefore some man is brave. End of chapter 27 of book 2, and end of Prior Analytics by Aristotle. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards.